This conference will now be recorded.
There's nothing showing any kind of extensions to the drainage easement at this point.
Yeah.
We're outside the drainage easement with that improvement.
All right, yeah, I
But,
would go back.
you know, it's our favorite building.
Yeah.
Put something up there.
Is that the one that put up a retainer wall too? It was loose and everything. Okay, good morning. It's a little after 9:30. I call this meeting to order. And if I had the agenda,
Okay, roll call.
yeah, roll call,
All right,
please.
Mr. LaShire.
Here.
Mr. Kish.
Here.
Mr. Jensen. Here. Ms. Holloway.
Here.
And Ms. O'Connell.
Here,
Madam, you do have a quorum.
thank you. Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now we have the approval of the agenda.
We had one request, and that would be Mr. Case, who's on the agenda late, move that up to, because he's got a flight he's got to catch. So I would suggest moving that up to item 4, and then item 4 for everything else just drops back.
Down one.
What item was he?
He was 13CI, and moved to 4, and everything else goes down.
Yeah, and Cal, for clarification, it's an amendment to the amended agenda.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make
It's
sure.
amendment to the original, I don't think, okay,
Yeah.
to the amended agenda.
Okay.
So we have a motion.
Cal, I don't know exactly when to plug this in, but at some point, I'd like to make a motion that we end the last minute add additions to agendas, not the changes, but last minute applications to the Monday before each meeting. So if whatever's going to be on the agenda doesn't come in by the Monday before that meeting, it goes automatically to the next month.
Can we bring that up, Supervisors?
Supervisors.
Yes.
Okay.
I move the amended agenda.
Agenda.
Second.
All in favor? I have one question.
Yes.
Number 4, shouldn't 5 go before 4?
No, because that's a continuation of the public hearing, and anyone can talk at the public hearing on that item.
All right.
That's a good question, though.
Do we have to reopen that considering we?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we closed audience comment last time.
No, I think you continued the public hearing, my recollection.
Yeah, but I believe if you look back, I believe we closed public comments.
But I would just suggest it would be appropriate to open up public comments because now the public has had an opportunity to review the written proposed revised assessment methodology that wasn't in front of the board or the public last time. So I would suggest that the better course would be to allow public comment on the alternate number 1.
Right. And we motion that again.
Yes, open public comment, open the public hearing, and allow further public comment based upon the fact we have the 2 iterations of the report.
All right, so.
But, an interesting question, like I say, but with moving 13 up to the beginning, now you've eliminated the opportunity for public comment before that, because we just changed the agenda. During the ERC discussion, yes, that's public hearing and people will be able to speak on that. But by moving 13 up ahead of the either 4 or 5, we've eliminated that. Now, before,
Not limited, I would suggest that the audience comments on agenda items now take place, then do item 13C, which is moved up, and then do the assessment methodology public hearing.
Okay, so
so 5
Is now,
becomes 4.
4 and 4
And
becomes 5.
13I becomes 4 and
4 becomes 5.
So public comments on agenda items.
Any audience comments on the agenda?
And this is separate and apart from any comments on the public hearing and the assessment
Yes, right.
methodology.
Catherine Kellmeyer, just wanted to say Soto, is he here?
No, it's not. It doesn't look nice.
It does look nice on the report. I didn't notice if any of the Indian Park one was cleared out of the side one, so I'll notice that on the way home. Thank you to Mr. Soto.
Any other comments?
Morning, frankly, but it goes to start with masters.
You want to see if that mic's on?
I don't think it's on.
Oh, yeah, it's on.
It's up.
Is it?
Yeah, it's on. Agree. Frankly,
Not working.
Is it turned on?
It was working.
There it is.
yes, there we
Yeah.
go.
All right.
There you go. Frankly, it was a Stone Harris Masters Association. Two agenda comments. We are agended today for discussion on an issue that, to my knowledge, is past history. We received a notice that I simply want to request a positive, we're trying to be a good, positive partner with the CID. I made that clear numerous occasions. If we're agended for something, could we please receive a notice of that and some knowledge of what the topic we discussed is? It's hard to come into a meeting and not know. Now, Cal has been very good. If I call him, he will fill me in the best that he can. But it would be helpful to know if we're on the agenda so that I can consult with our board, our engineers, and our attorneys. And it'll be more productive for all of us. Then the second agenda item I did not see on the agenda today, a mature discussion of the acquisition of the storm sewer, drainage ponds, that type of thing, which is a substantive issue for us as we continue to pay double taxation to fix other people's streets and pay again to fix our own. And then finally, the subject of the street repaving. I understand you've decided to delay that. We have requested, on 4 occasions, copies of the RFP. Never got it. Copies of the responses to the RFP. Never got that. We have requested, I understand there's a pricing, but I'm told that some schools thought we would participate in payment. We received none of those things. So I would again like to ask for those documents so that we can be a knowledgeable and full partner and work with you. Wow. Thank you.
We'll look into it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the, David had gotten a proposal to do the paving for the cul-de-sac in the main road, and then the board tabled it because of the price. Right. So I
thought we
put
also
the agenda
tabled it
packet,
like
and
that.
we could forward it.
Didn't we also table it because we couldn't decide whether to just do the paving or the other one that had the drainage, and it got to be the question of who's in charge of drainage? But isn't that what happened?
That was part of the discussion, yes.
And if I may, that is precisely the point. We asked for a copy of the RFP before it went out, we not received it. We asked for responses. Then when it came back, we were told we might have financial liability, a possible plan B design in which we would participate. We need to have our engineers, our attorneys look at that. And even in the most positive relationship, I can't come in here without the benefit of our counsel and our people to discuss these things intelligently. So we still have received none of those documents, and they're long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you.
How do we get into it?
I'll send those. I'll send those.
But I mean, they've been available. Now, the one thing, the plans, that's your system. I mean,
Right.
so if you want feedback from their engineer, their attorney, everyone that Frank mentioned, he can give it to them. But
I think it's confusion, and I get it, because we've done a lot of discussion, and a lot of things are coming from portions of discussion. It's my understanding now, maybe wrongly, that the drainage belongs to Stella Maris North, paving, including the circle, belongs to us.
right, through an easement.
So Frank, that's how that goes. And then the paving, with today's prices, we just have to kind of, unless it's torn up or something, we kind of have to wait until it's more cost effective.
Yeah, I think we patched it
We
last year.
respectfully like to put the other side of that. If this entity which is created
by statute to do storm sewer and streets and utilities. Does not take that. And we heard the argument that your engineer didn't approve it. We heard that it was the first. We brought you the documents where your engineer, the same one, registered with the county, is the guy that signed our documents. Same year, same time. So that's not true. He did it. I can't go to the county. I can't go to Everglades City. I cannot legally form a public service district because you got the franchise. So what we're saying is, let's be clear. We're paying to fix Newport Drive, but no money is spent. The money on our street is spent on other streets. We're paying to fix our own stuff. We cannot legally do anything to do that, and you're the ones that are supposed to be in that business. So I would respectfully say, historically, we may have evolved where it appears you're not in that business, but I'd say if that storm sewer and those ponds don't belong to this body, who do they belong to? Because it's not us. Thank you.
Well, it is though.
It is.
It is you.
Bishop.
And last comment, could we respect, and I'm saying this in the spirit of discussion or thinking, then would you like to write us a check for the double taxation we have paid for 18 years? And what about, I mean, come on. You can't expect us to pay for everybody else's stuff, pay for our stuff, maintain it, and take all the liability, and yet.
We're really getting
Yeah.
into something.
Yes, we are. And
No,
we
but we
like to
have,
that
yeah, but
discussion.
this, we need to go on with the meeting. This
Frank,
is
we
just
need-
one
I
at a time.
apologize. I apologize
Yeah.
for taking an extra 3 minutes. After 2 years, I felt it was important.
We need to get on the agenda.
Yeah.
I'm
Then you have all the time to look.
He's in E.
Oh, you're on E.
You're on E, so you'll be up later. Okay, any other audience comments?
Good morning, Steve McNamee, 134 Windward K. Just want to inform the board that if you don't know it already, on behalf of the residents here and myself, we keep going over the same thing where we're having difficulties getting the information that we need. I know on the agenda that you've got something about public records requests. After the last meeting or the one before that, where I was encouraged by people here to bring a lawsuit rather than give me what I need. The lawsuit has been filed, and at some point here, you will be served if you haven't already.
I was there about 10 minutes ago in the parking lot here. So, ready to move on?
Yes, audience comments is closed.
Mr., that take us to 13.
C, I think. 13C.
Yes, 13C, sale agreement with Mr. Case.
Yeah, now we haven't seen the sale agreement yet.
The sale agreement, we're still discussing. Tony, I mean, we've got something. The biggest issue is the ERCs and how we're going to pledge those. Mr. Case has suggested 20,000 per ERC. That does establish the market price by the board. So wanted you to be aware of that. The other thing is that he included tap fees in that 20,000. So I think they need to be separated because they're really two separate issues. And if it's the ERCs is 16,000 and the tap fees are 4,000, you know, we can negotiate on that. But as far as form, I don't think it's good to mix the two together. And that's what I've mentioned to Tony. He has sent to Mike. We sent to Mike, and I think Lindsay's also has a copy of some language that I thought could work, but we don't have the specifics to put in there. So, but the board has approved an agreement with Mr. Case, contingent upon what what the staff comes up with to be able to incorporate what you did mention. And that was done. The biggest question was the ERC purchase and reservation of those ERCs. So, Tony?
The board hasn't seen the latest draft?
No.
I don't think so.
And we need to see,
Yeah, we just got it yesterday.
I gotta bring up one.
No, I sent it on Monday.
no, not your side, Lindsay, our side.
I got to bring something up.
Yeah, Russ.
We have one board member that is in a unique position as a real estate agent. He was worried before about just having his name on the wall with Scott Prepman. And now yes, and now he's walking with a potential buyer. I think he has to be recused from anything to do with this purchase.
I think that's a legal question.
Well, absent there being a conflict under Chapter 112 Florida statutes, the Code of Ethics, there are a number of different areas, business relationships, conflict of interest, all kinds of issues. Absent that existing, a board member has to vote on that. They can't abstain. And so I don't believe, and Mr. Jensen don't personally can say whether there's a business relationship he has with Coldwell Banker or Mike Carr or Lindsay Case. And if none of that exists, and if there's no gain accruing to him or any principal by whom Mr. Jensen is retained, based upon what I know. I mean, that's sort of the test. And I don't know if none of those exist.
I don't understand. He couldn't have his name on a wall.
That's because Prepman hangs his license in the same office.
I'm not sure I understand that name on the wall.
His license is on the wall. It's supposed to be hung in the office that I hang my license with.
Yeah.
Scott Prepman. That's not the case.
Correct, but I think that was the issue before was for the Islands Realty was a either procuring or a broker, where a realtor, Scott Prepman, was involved, and that was the issue where Mr. Jensen could not participate. The abundance of caution was my guidance. And I don't know of any facts that brought to my attention that Mr. Jensen has an interest, or the realty entities that he's associated with have any interest or will get a commission, or either from Coldwell Banker or from any other party. I mean,
I thought it had to be even an appearance of conflict.
I guess the question, I'm not sure what the appearance of impropriety is if a board member who.
You can sell all the units
I can't sell anything.
when they're there, when they go up for
He's got
sale.
a contract with, I think, that gentleman right there, or he's about to.
I don't know. This is, I'm
Well, now you
I'm not
do.
a lawyer, but I
Well, I mean, the question is there an existing contract between Mr. Jensen or his wife or the realty firm with which they are affiliated or have the license to do something? I mean, again, ethics questions are very fact specific, and I don't do those on the fly. So if there are some underlying facts that need to be brought forward, and the only entity that can provide a formal opinion that's binding is the Florida Commission on Ethics. And I could ask for an opinion if the board wants me to, but I need to have all the facts to do that, and it's not going to happen next week. Believe me, it takes time.
That's right.
Yes, sir. And again, my opinions on the ethics law are my opinion. They're not binding. They are subject to all kinds of other interpretation. And again, it's very clear, not even the Attorney General opines on the Florida Ethics Law. It's the Ethics Commission does.
We work for different companies.
I don't know why you think.
No, I work for Coldwell Banker Commercial, which is a separate company from Coldwell Banker Residential.
Right. Plus,
I don't know why, I guess the question, I don't know why Mr. Carr is looking at me. Mr. Jensen knows what the facts are.
Right.
And again, I've outlined briefly, and if Mr. Kish has other facts different, from what I understand, and this is just what I understand prior to 2 minutes ago, is that Mr. Jensen does not have a relationship with Coldwell Bankers. He does not have a co-broker. His license is not with Coldwell Bankers. His wife's license is not with Coldwell Bankers. Or the Island Realty is not involved in this transaction at all with Lindsay Case. Mr. Prepman's not involved at all, as opposed to the case, the situation with regards to Mr. Prepman's offer earlier. His license is with Port of the Island Realty. Well, the lawsuit, but his license is with Port of the Island Realty with Mr. Jensen and his wife also are. That was the difficulty there, and that's why Mr. Jensen abstained from participating in any communications on that transaction.
but to carry it one step further, Frank, you fully expect, and Paul DeTeo fully expect, that 100% of any commission that's paid on any of those sales, I have nothing to do with it. I didn't bring anybody forward.
And like I said, we're different companies.
Right, totally different.
I don't know why you're looking at me, Mike. Okay,
The reason,
Mr. Kish raised the
I
question.
just have it brought up to me in the community, so I brought it up.
I guess the
Okay,
question-
we want to clear it up, so it's out of there.
Well, the
Just
question is,
so,
what are
I'd
the-
like to answer the question, now since it's me, just so you all know, it's kind of crazy for me to jump through all these hoops, spend 12 hours yesterday with Mr. Case, set up an appointment with the county that could have never got set up on time. Why am I doing it? To help you. So if the gossip column doesn't like it, just tell me right now. All right, I'm doing it for free.
And I second that.
Well, no,
It
the
has
question-
nothing to do with that transaction.
Zero, and never will.
Madam Chair, what?
Yeah.
From the standpoint, again, I just can't reiterate
There's
enough.
no conflict.
I'm not providing any opinion because I don't have the facts, number one. Number two, any opinion I provide is always subject to the Florida Commission on Ethics. They're the ones that render the advisory opinions that are binding with regards to the application of the Florida ethics law. If Mr. Kish is aware of any facts that would create a situation where there might be, those are important to bring forward, and then we would need to table this matter to get that opinion, in my opinion, from the Florida Ethics Commission. You know,
Isn't the declaring conflict of interest the responsibility of the elected official?
That's what I thought.
okay.
And that's what I did last time.
Okay, but we recognize, Cal, it's not just a conflict of interest. There are other provisions of Chapter 112 that come into play. There's a voting conflict. There's the issue with regards to having an employment or contractual relationship. There's a number of various sections of Chapter 112, the ethics code, that can come into play. And whether or not a person can then participate or not. The voting conflict is whether voting on a particular matter generally inures to the special benefit or gain of the governmental official or by a principal by whom they are retained. That's sort of the voting conflict. But then you get into the other areas of the ethics law. And again, I can't opine one way or another today. I can't give any guidance one way or another.
So what I'm hearing is there's no conflict of interest now. If one
I'm
came
not saying that
later
there is.
on, it would be up to Ray.
I can't say that, Jerry. I don't know what facts.
Well, if somebody brings one, otherwise there isn't.
Yes.
I'm saying there is zero. I'm doing it to help the community. Was I smart doing that?
I don't think we need to go to the,
Well, Mr. Jensen has indicated, again, if I'm wrong, Mr. Jensen, you do not have any contractual relationship with
Zero.
Mr. Case or any of his entities, affiliates, et cetera.
Not,
You don't have any
Right there,
contractual
everyone else.
relationship with Caldwell Banker or the commercial, residential, correct? Right. You don't have any relationship with Paul Tadio. What's Paul's real estate firm?
Not my own realty, I think it is.
Mark Wyland Realty.
Yeah.
And again, I can't formulate an opinion because I don't have all the facts.
I don't feel we have an issue at this time.
All right, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Question. You're talking about the establishment of the ERC value at 20,000. That establishment will be at the time, I would think, that the first purchase of an ERC. In other words, until that time, the ERCs are still whatever we want to make them, according to the rules which we just passed. But
What I think is important is for the board to see the entire contract. I mean, I just.
Oh, no, I agree with that.
And what you'll see in the draft contract, and again, I don't recommend the board do this on the fly. The board's been very conscientious on this transaction and others, but it does establish for purposes of the contract that there's a reservation of ERC, utility ERCs at a price of $20,000 per utility ERC. That is in this contract.
Right,
Yeah.
but does
But
that,
that didn't include the 4,000. So,
No, I think at the time I was thinking just the ERC
right,
for 20,000, nothing to do with the hookup.
right. That's
So
what I
Correct.
that has to do
too.
with it. But I was
And
thinking
and
we're
again, that's-
reserving 100.
Cal reviewed that and made a suggested revision to the language to clarify that 20,000 and the $4,000 down per $20,000 utility ERC is not, the connection fee is not the capping fees, not all those charges. And that is in the revised contract draft at one, after I received Cal's comments on that. He made some good suggestions. So the board unfortunately hasn't seen that.
It's just from the previous contract, it's just one now. Mike or Lindsay, Paul one sent me a version yesterday that doesn't change a lot. I mean,
It's live, you can sign it right now, it's a live contract.
no, he means our side, Lindsay.
Our
So I'm
side.
saying,
Yeah.
right, at my side, But I did capitulate to your board.
Yeah.
But specifically.
Well, Madam Chair, if, I would suggest that Mr. Case will speak, that he come up to the microphone. so we
Yes,
can get it.
yep, sorry.
Otherwise, we can get it on the record.
Can you come up to the microphone so everybody
Yeah, we
can
got to
hear you
record it.
and identify yourself?
And again, Madam Chair, I think one frustrating from my perspective, is the board doesn't have the contract in front
Right,
of
we don't.
it. And it's not just a simple 1, 2, 3 kind of deal. So
But the basic contract they did have, there's only one change, and that's in the definition of the ERCs.
Cal, I beg to disagree.
I just hate seeing delayed.
Cal, I beg to disagree, because in there it talks about the covenants, restrictions, it talks about site plan approval, there's all those kind of items in there.
Okay.
We've got to have it.
I hate to believe, but again,
So the big deal, remember, is that in the first 60 days, you could throw something at me where I go, I'm out of here. And in the first 60 days, I could go, this is good, I'm out of here. So I'm out of here either way. It really is good faith. If you execute it, it allows me to spend a different set of monies than I've spent now. It was pretty clear about how the EQRs, rather than split that 4,016, I just said, I'll just give you 500, 500, 500, 500 over the next 4 years after the zone approval. The 2 million is just in like that, rather than worry about when it comes in. If I may sell one house, it's $20,000. Wow. But if you're getting 500 grand, it clarifies it. And I'm used to buying tabs. So it's normal to buy tabs or EQRs or however you're finding that. And then we met with the county and dealt with the right-of-way question through their parcel to accommodate the plan that's at the table. And that's really it. Just want to keep working good faith.
I think he goes fast.
Hey, Lindsay. I just want to give you that.
I think what,
It's like a high
first
school
of all,
note.
two
Has to be
things.
note nice.
It's the 20,000 includes the tap fee. And what he's willing to do is whatever works for us. And I think what he said is that on just the ERC part, he'd like to pay it in 4 increments of 500,000 a year, but give us the upfront money after the 60 days. Is that right? After the due diligence. I think that's what he said.
Yes.
Yeah, but it still comes out there's other issues. on
Right,
that.
we still
Need
have
to
to see
see.
the contract.
Is there any way,
But those all happen in the process. So you sign this, now I go spend $100,000 blueprints. And in the blueprint process, I come to either your whole board or a work session, however you want to pursue. And then in that process, we say, okay, we want to do this now.
I have to meet somebody.
So those motorized access now.
Mr. Case, if you can wait a minute, Cal's trying to.
Fine now.
Come off the
It
mic.
can only be caller one, whoever.
let me move the mic a little?
I'm going to mute those. Okay.
Yes, deed restrictions.
What,
I mean, over the next 60 days, the legal counselor knows that they can draft 8 different legal deed restrictions on anything you prefer. These are just how I work with any situation I get into. This is what I'm used to dealing with. And I'm committed to the community and I'm here.
What he's suggesting is he wants to lock it up because he's used to doing land deals. The reason he was so agitated the first time we met him is because he thought he was squeezed into a corner and he had to make a decision. He understands that's not the case. He's used to, much like with a real estate deal, you bring a deal forward, which is what Mike did, and it's for this amount of money, this is the term. Done. With us, it's a little different because we own the land. That's the very key. So what he's saying is, evidently, we have 60 days due diligence, and he has 60 days to walk away if it's not going to work for him. So we have 60 days to go over the contract, but we don't have the time.
Well, I'd like to think that you guys have seen what I represented to the public yesterday. You've all seen it. Haven't, I'll get it to you, but that's what I'm doing. I'm not here to do something else. I'm doing it. If I walked away today, I'm hoping you would take that plan and do it yourself. It's that good.
How long do we need to go over this contract? What I'm saying is, could we do like we did last time and then carry the meeting over, Tony?
Yeah, what I would
For 2
suggest is,
weeks, and then we'll give us a chance to, for the next 2 weeks, to look at the contract and then have a continuation of where we can either approve the contract.
what I would suggest, and again, two things, dealing with public entities, number one. Number two, dealing with complex, I'll call it commercial real estate transaction. In essence, this is, where it has a number of variables. I always recommend my board have the document in front of them so you can say yay, no, make the changes right there in the board meeting to the text. So if the board would continue, I don't know if we need to continue for 2 weeks. I think we're at that point where, but I would suggest that the board at the end of this meeting continue this item for 1 week and have this only item on the next board meeting.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. And because we've all spent a lot of time on this, and I think there needs to be a certain, I mean, once again, it's up to the board, a certain level of finality, yay or nay as to the terms, and to start the clock ticking. For example, Mr. Case, I respect, I try to listen to everything he says and take notes. Because you mentioned 60 days due diligence. Right now, it's basically only 45 days. We need to push it out, we push it out, it's 60. So this contract needs to be clarified.
Whatever I wrote, that's binding right
Well,
now.
no, I wrote this, and I don't know if that's what you signed or not. Caleb, do you have a signed document?
Unless the one I got from Mr. Cadio is, yesterday, yeah. I have that signed.
Did I see that? Was that sent?
It's right.
No, Mr. Case, I don't doubt.
I'm not sure.
That's what I would suggest. I
It's
mean,
the same contract with only one line item change.
what I would suggest, again,
Can't we just go over the contract at the end of this meeting
you could.
together? I mean, with you explaining things to us?
You could. I mean, I don't have what Mr. Case has signed.
I see.
Can you get us that signed?
Email it right now.
No, not an email. Can't you get signed can't you have somebody make copies and get them here
Right.
at the end of the meeting? No,
There's
at the
a
end of the
copy.
meeting. And we'll take care of it.
It's right there. That's the other part.
I didn't bring a signed copy, but I can go.
Can I email it to somebody here that could print it out?
And there need to be some changes. I think I sent them to you, Paul, that said, and it's basically breaking down the ERCs.
Sure.
You know, maybe there's 16,000 and 4,000, but differentiating between those.
Now
And then the payment, that says just, I think that's the big issue. And then the structured payment that was in increments of 500,000. And then we'll just break that down. Board has to be comfortable that you're reserving 100 ERCs for 4 years.
Tony, could we,
But they'll be absorbed over that time.
You have it there? Okay.
Yeah, okay, the board,
Yeah, just the
the
one
board
copy.
do that, but my,
Huh?
That's your email with the highlighted changes.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think Tony did
But
that.
I think the most important thing is how much time does our attorney need?
well, no, and again, Madam Chair, it's a risk of irritating the entire board. When we're looking at a 3-page contract, 4-page contract, to do it in a group session like this and everybody going back and forth on the terms, in my opinion, is not the best way to have a transaction involving a high-value piece of property for the governmental body. I'm not sure what 1 week delay causes to have a reflective, sober look, patiently reading every word, each board member, and then come to the board meeting and say, I have these concerns, and we can talk about it, as opposed to we go line by line by line. And I think we'd spend 5 hours and still not come up with a resolution. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion.
when you say come to the board meeting, extend this meeting.
Sure, continue for 1 week.
And then come
And this
back
is the
and
only
discuss
item.
There is an expense
This,
to that.
Yeah.
this one.
Can't be that expensive.
But there's a lot of risk.
Probably $2,000 or $3,000.
Yeah, but we're talking
Well,
a $3 million deal.
I don't know if it's 2 or 3
A
thousand.
week is no big deal.
I don't know if it's 2 or 3 thousand. First of all, my fee is a flat fee, 400.
Okay.
The board members only get,
Well, it's a $3 million.
200, so that's
they only get 200 up to
4,800.
4,800. So if they have 50 meetings a year.
They're not gonna hit the 4,800.
Okay, all I'm saying is, so, but when you're talking about a $3 million deal, if you're gonna spend $1,000 difference, I mean, I'm sorry.
Right.
That's-
Let's give it a week and we'll come back in a week.
Again, the risk of irritating the entire board, that's just.
You're not irritating me.
Yeah, I move that we have just a special session.
Well, then Commissioner Coughlin.
Discuss the topic.
No, I would suggest that, Madam Chair, again,
Yeah.
and then from the standpoint, if we can, and then we might still be able to attain the timelines that Mr. Case wants, because you can,
I want to respect that.
Yeah, I think it's a good compromise.
They put in Colorado, I can close this deal in 5 minutes.
right.
Yeah.
Just hold the land into the planning process. It's not like we're desperate to go sell it.
Can we get, I guess the other question is, can we have the room next week?
Joyce? Joyce, can we have the room next Friday? Thank
I
you.
learned that lesson last time.
Yeah.
Because after the meeting, she goes, oh, I need to check.
So if we need a motion, I put the motion out to extend this item for 1 week,
It's 9:30 a.m. on
9:30 a.m.
Friday,
here
April
at this
22nd.
location.
And when we get to the end of the meeting, we continue the meeting for the sole purpose of this item, I would
Yeah,
suggest.
just this item.
Well, the motion can still go, but it'll just be directed at the end of the meeting. So
Correct.
we have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Uh,
Motion passes.
First
Right.
Hey, Paul, will you send me that contract?
When will we have our copy of the contract?
As soon as I get back, but
Okay.
it's, and I don't think Lindsay has a problem with the 20. I'll revise his contract, send it to him, and send it out to everybody at the same time.
How are we going to handle the ERCs?
That's a good question. Are you okay with it being 16 and 4, which is still your 20,000?
Yeah, he's fine with it.
So the concept is the 4,000 is included in the 20, 4,000 collections.
I don't agree with that.
For
Okay.
ERC.
Thank
I
you.
don't agree with that.
If we're giving up 4,000, then I didn't think we were.
Yeah. So now
Because
we've
that's
set
the source of revenue moving forward.
Now you've established the price of a ERC
Right.
at
And I don't want to do
16,000.
that. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Why not?
Well.
Why not? Because the sale
I mean, if
price
we're gonna
was
tell
3
them,
and
I
2.
gotta tell them something.
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, it was a matter of vernacular. He includes the cap in the ERC. We certainly aren't going to fight that. So, I mean, he could say, well, why don't I just leave it at $4,000? He could say that right now. Trust me, he can say that right now. So whatever you want to do,
But it was my understanding he was just buying the ERCs,
Okay.
100 of them.
change your
And
understanding.
this tap is 4,000 per home that we do not have as income for the utility plan.
It's not over and above the 20,000. Never was.
It was never
It was
discussed
never
as
his.
part of it.
Right.
What was the established ERC before this?
20,000.
20,000.
No, not on this end.
It's 45, it's been all over the place. The rules had appropriated
45 something.
45 something.
45,
They put it
100,
down
right?
to 25,000 and turned down before.
Yeah, what I would suggest is that right now we just focus on this contract.
Mhm.
And the rest of it,
But this contract establishes a precedent.
Yes.
not, well, yes and no.
Okay, if you say it doesn't,
But
but
let's have that conversation.
Okay, so we'll get the contract, we'll read it, we'll come back in 1 week. Okay, motion passed.
Yes.
Yes.
So the next is the operation and maintenance assessment.
yes, it's the public hearing on the continued assessment methodology. And need a motion to open it at 10:13.
I'll motion we reopen the public hearing, public comments on the assessment methodology.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, I think.
Aye, Mr. Fish.
Yes.
Any comments on the assessment methodology?
both us and them?
No, this is just.
No, just public. And if there are none, then you need to close it.
Well, and I guess just for introduction, that on the assessment methodology, there were two iterations of it that must be prepared. One is, they're both dated April 7th or 4/7/2022, and one says alternative one. And so I think it'd be helpful, I mean, so there's no public comment, no one want to comment in public hearing on the assessment methodology? Pardon?
I couldn't find it on the website. I don't think.
Out there, but I'm going to put it up on the screen.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to have, again, Russ walk through what he last time verbalized, but there, how we have it in text before they have the public comment, Madam Chair. That way the public knows what someone in the audience may decide they want to speak on it. Madam Chair, I would suggest that Mr. Wire be commanded to stand up and present.
I'm in motion.
You need a copy, Russ? You want?
That's true. That's all.
For my grant.
That's 20 of the. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you what,
I'll go back and
this
share my.
is the one. This one gentleman, yeah, but this is the second one, which is on. Next,
Yeah, that's the,
that's the alternative one.
that's where we make those changes. And those changes are pretty much listed here.
But that's alternative one.
Yeah, this is, yeah, so on your original one, dormitory was at 480. No, O&Ms were 340, and now they're going to be 11.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think it would be helpful once Cal gets the screen up is for us to articulate what the differences are between the two versions. I think it's only on, there's two changes, or possibilities for the board's discretion to be exercised. In Russ's testimony, I believe will be, and it's up to Russ to testify, that either one will be fair and equitable, that there's a rational basis for either one.
Mhm.
Everybody's got copies of the package and.
I mean, six.
Yeah, everybody ready? For the record, Russ Wire with Real Estate Econometrics, your assessment methodology consultant. Two things that happened back in January at your meeting. I presented a recommendation in terms of your assessments and how they could be portioned to based on the benefit being received. And that is your first one that's in. And at that meeting and one subsequent meeting since then, there was a concern about, there were two concerns. One was, this came up with, one was with the front door. The second one was with the bar and restaurant. So with those two, and I took those into consideration, came up with a second alternative. Because in my first alternative, the gun club had received 2 ERUs, which came off of the old ERCs. So the restaurants, there were 2 connections. And then I also, at that point, had recommended about the bar having 1, with the restaurant, there were 3 ERUs. And the reason for that was my reason and rationale behind that was that restaurant was used not only by residents and by hotel users, but you have drive-by traffic and everything else. So consequently, it was being used by people outside of the actual property owners and hotel users. That was my reasoning for that. And so in the discussion that we had, the main issue that they have with the gun club was, hey, they're receiving more benefit than what we're giving them in terms of the And it was primarily traffic flow. So while they're driving back there, they're using the roads, they're driving. So I went back, took a look at how can we calculate the benefit they're receiving from all that driving that's going back there. Consequently, and I looked at, I had a couple of different gun club examples. Sorry, can you still put it back there? Yeah. Okay. I had a couple of examples where people had submitted when they were getting entitlements for gun clubs at places, and where they have to prove the traffic that goes in and out. And what they did, they're in the Institute of Traffic Engineers, there's no category for a gun club. So consequently, these examples were melding 3 or 4 different uses in order to generate it. And I didn't feel at that point that those particular traffic generations were applicable for 2 reasons. Number one, the gun club was in urban setting, it wasn't in a rural setting. And the second part of that was it was an internal gun range, not an external. So going through and looking through the ITE and thinking about it, I came up with the most comparable to the gun club would be a golf course. And they do have an ITE trip generation for golf courses based on age. There's an upgrade. This will tie, this will be a nice tie. And that's where I came up with the second alternative, which we'll get into that. We'll go to the second, or the alternative number. Second. Alternative number. Stay here. Just stay here. So consequently, when I did it and I did the actual use out there, used the acreage and the trips generated, it ended up coming to 8 ERUs based on the trip generation. That was an alternative number 1. The second thing I did was I took out, based on everybody's comments, I took out 3 and the 1 for hotel and restaurant. Those were the only 2 changes that were actually made between the original version and alternative 1. I can defend either one. I can stand by either one. Whichever, I mean, they both prove the benefit. So consequently, that's why I gave you alternative.
My question is, you took away 4, the hotel and the bar,
Right.
but you added 6.
Correct.
And
So now
where
you
did the
get 2
extra
more.
2?
Correct.
Where did they come
Well, they came between we went from 2 to 8, which was 6, so we added
Right.
6.
from? Okay.
There's not, each property doesn't own ERUs. They're assessed ERUs based on.
Right.
This
The-
formula.
So
If
just,
somebody had 6 and there's a change of 2, it's not coming from it.
right.
There's no cap.
Calculating what there
Okay.
is. for the
Right.
budget.
So, but
It's-
they're funded.
I'm sorry, it's coming from the benefit received. It's not coming from you. You're entitled, or this property has 8, you take away 2, and it doesn't go to another property.
So if we gave it down to 6, like an alternative to the alternative.
And remember, though, it's the board's decision.
Right.
I'm just making recommendations.
Because I think that's a pretty big deal.
I'm
What
sorry.
he's asking is, they don't have to match. In other words, it's not a plus and minus. You don't have to have a balance sheet.
Correct.
It's whatever we assess it.
Well, the key in though is not whatever, it's whatever is based upon, some objective criteria or was fair and equitable. It can't just be arbitrary and capricious. And what Russ, I believe, is telling you is that either approach, in his expert opinion, is fair and equitable for apportionment of the benefit.
Correct.
I mean, to put words in your mouth, Russ, but.
No, thank you. I feel like an attorney. Anyway, so you have that capability. It's a decision. And if we were to make that, for example, your example of 6 or whatever, it still comes up to a total amount of ERUs. That'll knock it back down by 2. It doesn't have to be because I take 4 from there and here. It doesn't have to be.
You don't have to.
understand the difference now.
I played with the difference in the monies.
Yeah.
And I come up with the basic difference is 40 cents.
40 cents between.
Yeah, well, when you're changing those units, you also might be changing them where they're a different rate. I mean, overall money, we're still gonna get
Same.
pretty much what we need for the budget.
You're still gonna get your budget amount, we're just apportioning it differently based on ERUs. So if you have 100 ERUs or 80 ERUs, you divide that 100 ERUs into the budget, you get an ERU value.
Right.
You divide that 80 into the budget, it's gonna be a higher ERU value, but you're still gonna get the same.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
So
Otherwise, it's
we,
okay.
we can go with door number one.
Yeah.
And which still has the hotel and bar at 3 and 1, and then reduce those to 0 like it is in door number 2. Is that correct? That we can do that?
You can do whatever you want.
Well,
Do whatever you want.
Just like
Whatever you
we
want.
said.
You can
And
make it 80.
it'll just make the ERU, per ERU calculation,
that's right.
That's all
in
it does.
terms of that.
Keep in mind, we're providing you a methodology that's sensible that we didn't have before.
Right.
He's not saying you should do one or the other. He's not recommending one or the other. He's giving you 2 doors. Do you want door 1 or do you want door 2?
We can make a slight change in the doors, correct?
You got to change the one.
You can have to replace that.
So,
And Russ, are you comfortable with what the board members have indicated might be a variation on your theme? So it's like an alternate 1.1?
Yeah.
Today?
I'm
And what would that
comfortable with it.
entail so that everybody can understand?
I'm comfortable with you making those adjustments, as long as they're not way out of whack, and they fall within the purview of the 2. That makes sense.
And what would be the assigned ERUs then for the version? What would be the change from what we have in front of us?
The only,
The total of the RC.
the total number of ERUs, what would be the change? And each ERU value will change. So for instance, they're talking about, they kept the gun club at 2, and they turned around and took away the 1 and 3 and 1. So there's going to be 4 less ERUs in version number 1.
I think his question, Russ, was that let's take the gun club.
Yeah,
Door
that's
number
different.
2, how many ERUs is it for the gun club? And door number 1, how many ERUs?
Door number 1, the original version, there were 2 ERUs for gun club. In version number, alternative number 1, it went up to 8.
Right.
And anywhere in between those 2,
Which raises the tax.
they
There.
have assessment.
And their tax.
And
It doesn't
It
tell
doesn't
us.
raise the taxes, it raises the assessment, which is a non-ad valorem part of
Yeah,
it.
It's not a tax.
correct me if I'm wrong, but the gun club, the hotel, bar, and restaurant, they were treated as special use. And you didn't adjust them because there's special circumstances, and it was very difficult to fit them in, especially with the methodology. Because this boils down to, you're accepting a methodology of 4 ERUs per acre.
Right.
And that's how he's built everything.
Now,
We did it with those 2 exceptions, which basically they kept the same.
well, those are the special uses, that is correct. It was for the gun club, it was hard to determine, it was a little easier to determine for the restaurant and the bar. However, based on, and this happens every time we do a methodology, they get massaged because there's information that's presented that even though I can go in depth, as far as I go in depth, there's always special circumstances because of uses or something that we didn't calculate. But there's always specific little things that happen. So
There is one exception that we taught, and that is Mr. McNeely's property. He uses the property appraiser's website, which listed it at the number that he put here. And then when we raised the question to us, we went in and looked at the equals.
yeah, the difference in that one was, and I use property appraisal. I mean, I download. I have it. There's a deed acreage, there's a GIS acreage. And I always use the GIS acreage. The reason for that is because that's based in water management. When I calculate that. And when I calculate that, I go back and look at the pervious and impervious surfaces. Hence, that's why I use the GIS. I never use the deed because the deed could be, oh, you know, you deeded 1 acre or 4. Well, it just doesn't work then. So that's why I use the GIS portion. And I downloaded that data and I have it. And the deed is 1.9 and The actual GIS is 2.9.
And the difference is the conservation, right?
I believe,
I think it's just a calculation of the acreage, right? The one entered it wrong, I mean, the property appraiser is not always like.
Yeah.
but they use the GIS, they use that. Same thing I use.
Yeah, and on the GIS, on the site, I looked at, it says 1.9. Right on the,
You're looking,
and the, you know, when you first bring it up and you see it identify, and it brings it up, and it's
Yes.
listed 1.9.
yes, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Exactly, it's the property detail page.
Right,
It comes
when
down.
you hit identify, when you click on a property.
But I have the detail that has about 60 columns of information in this parcel. That's what I download from the property. So that's where I have my deed and I have GIS. And it gives me the DOR code, it gives me the definition of the DOR code. It has the legal description. Everything I download from that is detailed. And that's where the difference is. So that's why I don't trust those pages. And the other reason for that I download that, is that's how I calculated 4 units per acre. Because I used all of the acreage, and I took all the single family out, I took all the multifamily out, and it's detailed. And I have that for each use, how much acreage there is, how much square footage there is, that's built upon, how much is vacant, all that is in the data that I use. And I put it in, it's downloaded in Excel, and I put them in their categories, and I calculate. That's how it's done.
Now, what does either one of them provides us is the opportunity, the board doesn't have to get involved, but we can look at it. If there's proof shown that our calculations are wrong, you've given us the calculations. It's 4 ERUs per acre. And then we can just plug it in and find out if it's right or wrong.
The second part to this, to understand too, even though you're adopting, whichever one you adopt, every year, as we talked about before, I need to come back in and take a look at it. Because for instance, if you sell this parcel back, it's not shown because you own it. You're not assessed, you're not taxed. But if you all of a sudden you put 100 units on it, that's another 100 ERUs that come into the calculation. ERUs are going to go down on a per ERU basis.
No, the dollar per ERU.
The dollar, that's right, that's what I just said. Your ERU, I corrected myself.
You don't think I listen to you, Russ?
I know you listen to me, Tony. I've known that for 40 years.
I guess, Madam Chair, if I also, one other clarifying point for purposes of the public, the numbers that are in here where Russ comes up with these proposed and revised assessment, current assessment dollars per ERU, that's based upon the adopted budget for last year, correct?
That's correct.
So that number can change. I just want to make sure everyone knows that. I think that's in the report, that that's
Correct.
predicated upon.
Yeah, and the reason I did that is so I could give you a basis of what happens with the change, because we haven't adopted the budget.
And once again, I've mentioned this before, the board's adopting this for purposes of utilizing it, returning the budget. When the board goes through its budget process, because we are changing the method of assessment, the methodology, we will have to have further detailed notices, mailed notices, and map, the big maps and everything in the paper, as required by the Florida statutes in Chapter 197. I guess just from the standpoint of the board then, as I'm looking at it, there are 3 parcels under discussion.
Yes.
And I'll use the parcel number that Russ has on his reports, and it's page 22 and 21.
2081.
Your parcel ID number 10589212208. That's the gun club.
Mhm.
And under the initial report of January 19th, Russ believed 2 units were appropriate, 2 ERUs. Now it has 8. And I guess the question is, what's the board's pleasure as to that parcel?
Do we reply to that now?
I think it'd be helpful for discussion, then we can incorporate it into motion
Yeah,
later
then
on.
we'll
I
decide.
think it'd be helpful to have a discussion first, so we can then formulate a motion.
So
Russ, is
I'd
that-
like to speak to that. First of all, the gun club comes under special use. And originally, the original report was it stayed at 2 O&M, 2 utilities. There's only 1 bathroom at the gun club. That's all there ever is going to be. They have a septic system there, which I didn't know. There is no septic line from the plant, which I just found out after the last meeting. There's no septic
Talking
line.
about O&M.
I know we're talking about. And then as far as, I'm talking about benefits, but thank you for correcting me. It seems to be a habit. The road
Right,
that
but he's,
goes there,
but he's right, we're talking about O and
I
A.
understand, let me
not
get to it. This is
ERCs.
benefit. We're
Yeah,
talking
but you're
about
going into
benefits.
ERCs.
No, I'm not.
We've been
The
there.
road that goes to the gun club is there. We all assumed, I did, that it was CID maintained. It's not, never has been. So the road to the gun club was so good that their clients have worn a path across lot 13 for 14 years, to the point where they spent $18,000 resurfacing it last year, not the road to the water plant. So, and to compare the traffic pattern to a golf club is way off. We haven't done an accurate traffic description. It's highly seasonal, but let's talk about the benefits. There's nothing there. They get no benefits compared to a lot that's here on Cage Drive or over off Newport or the hotel right off a main road, paved roads, everything. There's nothing. I don't think there's even a hydrant. There's nothing out there. It's been used as a gun club for 57 years. Think about that for a minute. And just yesterday, when we were talking to the county, Lindsay and I, the guy that's in charge of business development for the whole county said, I used to go fishing there, I used to go shooting there. That land is useless without being asked. So all I'm trying to do is be fair. So my comment is, I'd like the board to leave it at 2 and 2. I think we should drop the restaurant. I think we should drop Mr. McNamee's site on A and adjust it correctly. And that's where I'm at. But I don't think it's special use. You're never going to see a house on it. They get no benefits. And I just think it's fair to leave it the way it is.
If I can respond briefly, they do get some benefit, and the benefit is administrative. Everybody benefits from the administrative part. So that's where the two.
Yeah, but they could also
Well,
give
two's
back to
fair,
the.
but yeah, okay, 2 is good. Yeah. So leaving that.
Just direction on what Mr.
I'm not for 2,
just
I'm
said.
for 8.
The proposal 1 allows exactly what he's talking about. It also allows us, your staff, to adjust Mr. McNamee's property to the actual acreage.
Number one.
That's number 1.
The first one I did had the hotels, restaurant, bars.
Right.
Right.
And they should be in it.
He was recommending to take them off.
Yeah, he's recommending a blend,
0.
0.
Yeah.
and
Zero?
which is
Yeah.
door number
0
2.
for the restaurant
0 for the restaurant.
and the bar, which is what he recommends.
Yeah.
That's
On
in
part
that's
2.
part
Door
one.
2.
Door number
Part
2
one.
at 0.
So-
Yes.
So he's saying door number 1, leave the gun club at 2, and door number 2, go to the hotel and bar at 0.
At 0.
So you're just gonna take my original recommendation, you just take the
Yeah.
bar and the restaurant.
Yes. And Mr. McNamee's drop.
He could be adjusted.
Where, I don't
One order.
Right, it's 9.35. It should be 7.6.
Should be 7.6.
7.6.
Yeah, it should be dropped.
What's his parcel number? Do you know offhand?
I think it's commercial aid.
Does it say 9?
Yeah, it says
We've got that.
0108 at Southeast Commercial
I don't know where you're at.
Page 20 of the original,
of the original.
and then it's 683, bunch of zeros, and then 108.
That's it.
And bear in mind, it's simply a guy that we paid him to do. It's a guy.
Right.
I'm going to, sir, I'm going to make a motion that we go with.
Wait a minute, I'm not done.
I'm not done
Well,
with
that,
that.
Well, no,
it's
no.
a motion, it's
A
open
motion.
for discussion.
That brings us to discussion. I move that we,
Well, he was just discussing. Why can't we? But go ahead. Go ahead.
You can still discuss it with the motion. in a
right,
second.
right. Here's what I recommend. I'd like to move that we go with door number 1, which is the original resolution.
That's the January 19th version?
That's right. Leaving the gun club at 2, changing 68300000108, which is Southeast southeast commercial to 7.6.
That's Mr. Mack.
And then the hotel, the hotel restaurant and hotel bar to 0.
Those
That's
are,
my recommendation.
I'll second that.
But where's that 7 points, whatever coming from? That's what I want.
Because that was his new,
His
with the,
evaluation was based on 2.3, whereas this GIS is 1.9.
Yeah,
So
1.9
that-
times 4.
It's 7.6.
I'm still lost, I'm sorry.
okay, you're on the right page. Okay,
Don't
it
know,
is-
fool
Okay, it's page 20 of your,
I'm putting your comment.
where's your packet?
Just go, just go.
Okay.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded by, change, go with option 1, which includes adjusting per the, option 1, the change in Mr. McNamee's parcel A to 7.6 ERUs, and to take the restaurant and bar.
Correct.
Okay, discussion.
I have one question. On that, you say the gun club owns that road.
From the utility over to the main entrance, the whole width of the district.
All right,
The
so,
district does have it.
We do
Yeah.
have an easement across
Yeah.
there, but that's for the water line that does extend up there, plus reclaim for the effluent storage that we have.
Right.
in that area.
That's
and
another
why,
thing is
why
the
are they
effluent
using the
storage.
septic? Why aren't they using the
They
utility?
never did, when
There's no
Bruce
line.
Solacek owned it, he didn't want,
There's no line.
there's no line.
There's no gravity serve provided to that location. It
Right.
would have to be a grinder pump situation.
That'd be huge.
Now,
Lift station, whatever.
Yeah, in the future, depending on development of parcel 13, there might be the ability to go ahead and hook them up by gravity.
Plus, there's a big retention pond there. I don't know the term Mitch does, but there's a retention pond it's for the overflow of the reused water. Is that correct? See, I'm learning. There's a big retention pond on there as well.
They don't pay anything.
When
for
we
it.
sell this
They pay the
land,
taxes,
we have nothing to do with that road.
right?
I mean,
You
the new
know,
owner has nothing, no
Yeah.
ownership on that new road.
right?
The only part of the access that the gun club has, if they use Union Road, is the asphalted portion to where
To
the
the
T
T.
is.
That's it.
And then they also do have access through the unpaved portion of Union Road that goes up to the plant to where their road then starts. And because of whatever circumstances is, a lot of the customers from there do choose to go up the western route.
Most of the time.
But we have no control over that, okay? We've already put hard pack down.
Yeah.
We've paved, we paved the holes, filled the potholes on Union, that cost
But
$7,000.
that was up to the water plant.
Up to the
Doesn't matter, they use it.
Well,
The rest of
actually,
the road is theirs.
actually I'll say by mistake perhaps, we went ahead and did do some grading up to the gun club itself.
But they did mostly their fill.
They
But
dra-
using Union Road brings you up to their road.
Right.
They have to use this whole road getting there.
Right.
They have to use 41, which we pay for. That's all O&M. So I don't understand why a property that devalues the rest of the area should be given any type of special consideration like that in their favor. Doesn't make any sense to me.
How did you devalue the rest of the area?
A gun club?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You ever see the cars that go in and out of there?
You're talking about how much it devalued it before when we were trying to sell the property. Now you're saying it increases the value of the property?
I
Make
think,
up your
I
mind.
think we did pretty good with the property, Russ. I don't know if I had a little something to do with it. I think we did pretty good.
No, but Russ is right about the value. It did impact, just the same, the old hotel impacted, the water plant impacted it.
I don't think it's a negative impact.
Well,
And obviously,
that's right, you don't think that.
okay, obviously
If it is.
Lindsay Case doesn't. Okay, he's paying 20 grand in ERC to put single family homes there for 400 to 600,000 bucks right next
You
to
might
it.
be putting up a noise barrier.
Well,
I don't know
okay,
what his plans
so
are.
it can't be that much of a detriment.
Well, all right,
$600,000
that's how you
home,
feel, I understand.
that's how he feels
But
too.
not everybody feels that way.
Okay.
Not everybody feels the
So
same about anything.
I say we leave the gun club at 8. The rest of that stuff you're talking about is fine. Reducing the other ones is fine.
So you're
But the
saying
gun,
for number 2.
well, whatever the
Door
hell
number 2.
part it is.
Well,
Door number
what
1 and 2.
about Steve's?
You've got a motion on the board, discuss it, vote on it, And if it doesn't pass, then another motion could be made to go in a different direction.
I'll call the question.
Okay, so right now it's a 2 on the motion.
That's correct.
Right.
I'll call the question.
Yes.
All in favor?
Does that mean phone question?
He wants to vote.
Vote on the motion.
Wants to stop discussion and
Vote on the motion. That requires a second and
Correct, anybody can call the question, and then no further discussion and vote.
all in favor?
No.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay, it passes 3-2. To call the question, right?
No, you have the question, and
Oh,
no,
so on
the motion.
on the motion.
Correct.
Okay, so it's 3-2, it passes.
The motion passes.
Correct. What, but the next action by the board would be to adopt resolution 2022-03. I have a red line version in front of you. It's going to be redlined again based upon the action taken today to reflect, that's what I handed out earlier. And that's just, initially this was set up for the adoption of the January 19th, 2022 version. Now the board has adopted the January 19th, 2022 version with some revisions. So I would suggest the board actually be to move to adopt and approve resolution 2022-03, adopting the January 19th, 2022 assessment methodology with revisions as reflected. That's what this is.
I make a
It
motion.
will take that, because I need to make some other corrections. They're both.
For what Tony said.
So, in other words, this resolution adopts the assessment methodology, the original one with the modifications made today.
Right.
I second that.
I got a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Aye. 4 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Russ, this is.
Thank Russ.
Aye. Something there. It's fine.
No.
Okay. So now we're gonna
Right.
approve of minutes.
I'm not sure why these minutes take a while, but it's, we'll not.
We can, you can adopt them, that's the one in 7 days, right?
Yes. They'll go off.
Okay.
That's good.
Aye.
I think she said it too.
Landscape.
She already said it.
Yeah, she said.
You want to do this?
Okay.
So in the continuation meeting, you'll have the approval of the special meeting on April, continuation April 1 and March 18th.
Yes.
So,
Alexis. Landscape maintenance,
He's not
Robert's
here,
not
right?
here.
did you have a question on the minutes, Mr. Fish?
No.
Oh, I thought you started to say something, I'm sorry. And Robert's not here, but you do have a copy of, you don't have, I know they sent it out to you, but here's a hard copy.
I remember reading it.
Yeah, it was an email, I think. wasn't it?
Yeah, there was an email from Claire.
Yeah. Yeah, I got this.
Share.
Is he going to trim those oaks that are hanging low? 14 foot,
That's,
14 foot.
No, we need to send a letter out there. It's not in our
We don't know what the
place,
house.
right,
I know, great.
but they need to be trimmed.
Is that-
Newport.
Oh, in Newport.
they're not our trees,
They're not
but,
our trees,
okay.
they're in the way, they don't have high enough clearance for an emergency vehicle.
Okay, that's the fifth bullet point. That's the fifth bullet point.
5, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll send letters on that.
I thought we went around and did letters on any trees overhanging the street that weren't high enough.
We did a while ago,
Yeah.
we haven't done a second round.
They just trimmed them. Everything that was 14 foot, they trimmed them all.
The owners?
Yeah.
The homeowners?
I think so.
Oh,
I think
my
Soto
God.
said it was all in compliance.
Yeah.
I know the guys on my street did it.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
because that ours has been done.
Yeah.
All right, so it's the landscape irrigation at Newport Drive. All right. So we accept this report.
And the irrigation is going to come next time. Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't require motion.
Nope.
Utility operations. Mitch?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning, man.
A little crowded up here. So last month, the wastewater plant treated 3.2 millions on here. It was really close to the same as the water amount, 3.1. We produced and sent out reuse. We sent out 9 million gallons of irrigation. On the items requiring approval, still the same things that are kind of in limbo right now. The now pump station, but it's operating. On compliance, all the wastewater plant requirements were met. On water distribution, all the requirements were met. I did have a complaint of no chlorine, which we went out and checked at the residence, and there was no chlorine at that particular residence. We did check the main line. We had chlorine of 0.9, which we called DEP, and verified the procedure. We were within our legal limit. We flushed, installed an additional auto flusher for that one.
Hey, Mitch, I don't think the mic's on. There we go. There you go.
Performance metrics, just a repeat of what the front page is, 3.2
Mitch,
million.
can we just go back? Everyone got all the communication on that?
Yeah.
I got an email this morning from the original complainant. He said he's got chlorine, everything's good. And we posted on the website the free chlorine.
Yeah.
So I think, Mitch and David reacted very quickly to that, probably within an hour or two. So,
Yeah, I would like to say that it got on next door as soon as he printed everything out, and they jumped on it like immediately, really.
I hate that we even had that situation. I've never once had a complaint for low chlorine. I've had lots and lots of complaints for high
Too much.
chlorine.
Yeah.
But that was the first one I've ever had for low. I personally came down here and we started flushing. It happened. We were not out of any rule or regulation with DEP. Again, I hate that it happened. It did. We corrected it. We're moving forward.
and the other point on that is that he would have done this in August anyhow. He had it on his schedule.
Oh, yeah, we do the switch over to free every other year just to clean the lines. And we may move that up. And speaking with David, annually now, a lot of utilities do it every year.
Was the complaint, was that due to the, I don't know where the house is, but is it at the end of a line or something?
No, so you have auto flushers on all the streets. Well, when you jump over to Newport K, which is the furthest away, I only have 2 auto flushers. I have one at the end of Newport and one at, is it Evening Star on the left? But they're only 5/8 lines. So they're 2-inch lines all the way down K. So when that flushes at night, they're automatic, they flush. They'll draw a whole bunch of water real fast. That one over there, we have to flush for a really long time to draw a lot of water because it's a smaller tap. So he was in the condos along Newport. So what we did to try to rectify that, again, I've never had a complaint there. So we went back to the pool and we installed a blow off, which I've ordered an auto flusher that will install there and that will do it automatically.
That'll create the problem.
And then we'll just check those buildings more regularly moving forward.
A lot of people, by the way, I think, that man is like, he works for the county or
Yeah,
something.
he's a water.
A lot of people would never even have picked up on that.
He was just checking his floor.
Yeah.
So, and there's nothing wrong with that, that's good.
No, it's
He
good.
just, that's his
Yeah,
forte, so he checked it. But he didn't call us and say, hey, I have a low chlorine, can you come check? He sent you guys the email, which we got, and we responded. So same result either way.
Good.
The preventative maintenance, we check all those pump stations weekly. no issues. Odor controls weekly. The plant generator is inspected weekly. We had some work done on it last month by Cummins, just preventative stuff. The security cameras, that's been an issue with ADT. I've been fighting with them. After I spoke with you, I called them and actually said, hey, just come take out the 2 cameras you installed. We'll go elsewhere. And they immediately fired back and said, no, we can convert the way we were originally going to do it, because they wanted to go to the antennas, the wireless. They immediately emailed back and said, we'll convert to what we originally talked about, and we'll get it done. It'll be done before the May meeting. So right now, that's what they're telling me. And I apologize, I keep pushing them, but
This is not a challenge to you, not you at all. That's the way things are going now. If it's not done, I want to know who the contract is.
okay,
I'll talk.
absolutely.
That's ridiculous.
That's no problem at all. I'll be glad.
It's our drinking
Sure.
water. It's ridiculous. It's got to get done.
Absolutely. The backflow preventer handles, I think that was on last month's. We cleaned the storm drains that we spoke about. There's one storm drain that I looked at with David that we've been talking about. The water meters are all changed out. I think I have 8 left for the big ones, like over at the hotel of 4-inch. So that's pretty exciting for us. Probably way more exciting for Cal and his staff to get that done. Really, I think that's about it.
What about the lights on the north side of the plant?
Are they off again, or
There's no lights. How the camera's gonna work if there's no lights back there? All 4 lights are out.
So I thought we had replaced those, or at least the bulbs, so I'm not sure. I'll have to go look. I apologize. So I do know we were running them 24 hours a day. The photo cell was bad, and that has been replaced, but I'll go check those.
Yeah, all the posts, I'm talking about the ones with the freestanding posts.
Okay, I'll look. Maybe I'll miss
On the
that.
very
If I did,
north
I
side?
apologize.
Yeah,
So facing up into the woods on the very north side,
On the
up
very-
Union Road, up the dirt.
So behind the plant, like where the old building was.
Going up, you know how Union
Up
Road
towards
goes
the
around
road.
your building and goes up to the wellheads?
Yep.
Right there.
all the way to the back. Right, the tank.
By the tank.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought those had been replaced, so we missed those. I'll get it taken care of.
Then I got another question for you. We had what, 2 crossovers, one on Sunset, one on Venus, where they were crossing it?
One, not 2, 1. And I went back and researched that left and right. So when we check chlorine, when we do those, so your water and irrigation are blue and blue, the main lines. The pipe coming out of the ground is black and black. It's not like anywhere else, which is blue and purple. So when we tie those in, we do a chlorine and a TDS to make sure that we have the proper one going the proper direction. So that one particular residence, when the builder put the irrigation on, they called and said, we have low water pressure and low irrigation pressure. And that's happened in the past because you guys use ductile iron saddles on the main line. It gets some crud in there and it causes the pressure. So we have a snake just for that. We send down that line and clean that at the main. So when we disconnected those, I believe that's when it got crossed. We corrected it. Everything's good now.
Okay.
Can I ask you a technical question? Sure. I'm sure it'll be coming up. We have a lot of questions about the freshwater tank and its erosion, and that it has to be replaced so soon, since 1990, 11 years. And it came up, and I forget, yeah, sorry, I forget 21 years. I forget who made it. I forget 31 years, yesterday. Oh, the hell with it, just replace it. No, my question is, I think it was Dave or somebody said that by adding a second tank, okay, you might be able to eliminate the pumping station down by the weir. And some people asked me 2 things. We discussed that it might just be the board that needs to be replaced on the pumping station at the weir. The other thing is, it's not, the pumping station at the weir is not for irrigation, it's for fire hydrants and fire control. Is that correct?
So that pumping station at the weir, it is the backup for irrigation and fire suppression,
Right.
which are one
For
and the
both.
same.
Right, I see.
And I'm not a tank expert nor am I an engineer, but if you could install another tank would be great for the water plant. So you have 2 in case you have an issue like now. And if there's any way to incorporate that canal station over to the plant, in my opinion, that would be the best thing going. Then we could do away with that over there.
By incorporated, you mean like a phase 3?
Like an additional
Right.
tank over there and maybe another.
That was my question.
Yeah, what,
Yeah, I think the engineer is working on that.
yeah, what, we've got to name somebody at the fire district we're going to meet with.
Yeah.
And we're going to explore what fire storage we need to have, that capacity, and make sure that if we do put the second tank in, it will be adequate, and what the pros and cons are, and then we'll go from there. The idea would be that on a normal use, we would use it for fire irrigation, the second tank. But in this case, where we got to do repairs to the primary water storage tank, we would drain the second tank, disinfect it, put it in use for water storage during that short period of time when we need to do an inspection or we got to do some repairs, and then put it back into use for the other use. And hopefully we can get rid of that irrigation pump station, because if and when we do use that in an emergency situation, we've got to go through a process of flushing the existing lines and getting everything cleaned back up again.
And it's not been used in a very long time. Even when we had the fire, what was that, a few years ago, the boat caught on fire, the fire department took water. It
Out of the water,
came out of the plant.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and when they've done all their fire flow tests, it's always supplied enough from the plant.
In the 10 years ago, there used to be a problem when the old hotel was there, that the fire department would randomly come up and they would hook up and they would do drills or whatever, and they didn't alert the water plant. And it became a problem. Remember that? Because it dropped the water down so quickly, or the pressure or something. Is that, I guess they still don't do that.
There is still one fire hydrant back there that is on potable water. I think it's bad, so they won't do that. I'd love to take it out.
I would say we could just take it right out.
Yeah.
We don't need that.
If we have.
So that can't happen.
And again, I'm no tank expert. If you look at the tank, I don't think the roof is gonna fall in today, tomorrow, but it's something that will need to be done.
Yeah.
What's near
Year,
future?
a couple of years, I would say, a year.
Okay.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
And this is all because of budgeting and everything that's coming. You said you're not an engineer,
I'm not.
but you handle multiple water treatment places, right? And you don't have an engineer on staff?
Do not. Sir.
You always use an engineer from whatever?
Every utility that we manage has its own utility.
Has its own engineer? Okay.
That's not too unusual.
No, all of our districts have engineers.
I just asking.
No, we're state licensed water and wastewater operators and underground utility.
Yeah, we do a good job too. Mitch and I interact back and forth. So it's a good working relationship.
I'm just asking. That's all. Looking for duplication of effort, that's all.
Do you want Mitch to remove that hydrant?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you think it should be, you're the boss.
I think it should be.
Can we get a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What do we do with that? What do we do with that?
I actually have a home for that hydrant. You have another one that I just noticed is back. Now we'll take that one, put it with the back.
Mitch,
So I'll repurpose it.
Okay.
Mitch, that reminds me,
Yes.
somebody, I didn't get the name, a whole bunch of people. Somebody at the county yesterday told me that there's an old lift station that they believe is inoperable. And I don't even know how you.
Oh, that was
know about it.
me.
Oh, no, it was you.
Yeah.
There is on the property.
It's at the end of that power pole. It's in some bushes. I never
It is.
said the lift station there,
There is, yes, sir.
and we don't use it.
I guess, in my understanding, there was an RV park back there.
Yeah.
That's what it was for.
And I think it used to pick up the flow from the old hotel also.
Oh, did it? Okay.
But
That's why-
it's been in operation in years. I don't even know if
Not
there's.
as long as I've been
Yeah,
there.
I'm not even sure there's any pumps or anything else in there.
There's nothing good there.
Yeah, okay.
If I could just verify the last motion, everyone said.
Everyone approved.
Aye.
Yes. Okay. Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, engineers report.
Good.
The first thing on the list is the engineering contract, and there's copies of it there. And Cal and Tony have each had a chance to look at it. There were some revisions that were made, and this is the one that has passed muster. So at this point, it's pretty much the same contract we had before, just some cleanup and so forth. The fees are what you're paying currently.
For how long?
There is no duration established in it.
Evergreen. You can fire them if you're not happy with it.
Yeah,
If the fee goes up, we're notified, if it's automatically
yes,
goes up.
yes. Usually what we do is, actually what we do use is we've got a continuing contract with Collier County. We're doing similar work, but we just follow their fee schedule. Basically, their fee schedule is adjusted about every 3 years.
I've got another question that just came up, and I think I already know the answer, but is it all right for Lindsay to hire Home Montana to do his engineering? There's no conflict.
Well, if it's not needed.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
let me explain what will happen is, if Mr. Case and this board's agreeable for that to happen, I'm going to keep an arm's length away from the land development section of our group who will be doing the work. And your best interests are going to be represented by me. And Mr. Case will deal with the land development folks. So I'm going to be
Who's Bob?
Bob Mulhara. He's actually our CEO, and
That's
he's
who
also
we're dealing with.
right. He's our lead planner, so he'll be taking
Okay,
be the contact.
I just want to make sure.
And you've had that relationship in the past.
Yeah, okay, but I just want to make sure, because that's who was talking.
Yeah, and I think what's important on that point too, when you'll see the contract and if the board wants to bolster it, the board has to approve any, applications that go into the county before they go in. And the board has to approve the final product before it's approved by the county.
Okay.
But if the board wants to put additional protections in there from the board's perspective, I mean, I've known Bob Mulhara, he's an excellent planner. I've been on the same side as Bob, I've been opposite Bob. I've retained Bob and I've opposed Bob. But again, it's up to the board to feel comfortable because he's going to be advocating for his client. But the board, as the property owner, will need to sign authorization. So that's when you look at the contract, look at it from that perspective.
Yeah, I believe I saw communication that Bob was actually going to ask the board if that was a conflict, if they perceive that as a problem.
Right.
Yeah, he was going to send something, but it hasn't come through yet.
I did. But so I just want to make sure that, because this guy's going like a rocket.
I think it'd be helpful to have that for next week's
I do
board
too.
meeting, also to have
Yeah.
that communication from Bob.
Okay.
Yeah, do we need to approve this?
Yes,
Wait a minute, I got questions. I just want to run a scenario by him because I'm trying to understand our procedures around here. Say I've got a brand new lot and I'm building a house. What do you do for me?
Okay, if you contact us, we'll go over the procedures and so.
No, I mean, I'm building a house. How do you get involved with the house?
Unfortunately, right now, it's more reactionary, that when we start seeing the house being started and so forth, what I will do is go to the county website, try to pull what information I can off the county permit website as far as what the house looks like, what kind of site plan it is, take a look at it, see if there's anything glaring, any kind of encroachments and easements and so forth. And if there is, then I will inform the appropriate people at the county and also the builder and so forth. There's an issue with the community improvement district's easements or whatever they happen to be.
So everything should be good out there with all these houses that were just put in, right?
Well, the ones that we've been able to get involved with early enough and throughout the process, yes.
And maybe this will provide some clarity, but David is not involved in any permits issued to the county.
Yes.
If something comes to his attention, either through Chris's monthly reports, a board member, a resident, somebody contacts us and says, this is going on, or is that right? Then we get with David.
Right.
And then David will start researching, doing everything else. But the county, if they issue a permit, We don't know. And now we have asked for, and I think Tony's coordinating this, but we have asked for be included in the review process, which we never have been. And I don't understand why.
What I do try to do is, especially on board meeting days, either before or after the meeting, I try to do a drive through the areas and try to pick up on things that are maybe changing or things that are happening that we need to pay attention to.
And don't forget, a lot of times people call the county because it's their permit, and we don't know there's a problem because it hasn't been relayed to us.
Yesterday, I asked Rick specifically if he could come to our next meeting or a meeting, and we could go over the big deficit between, I said, the county is not talking to us at all, and you're our liaison. So I'm waiting to hear back from him on that. I'm trying to get him here so we can give him the instances and he can act on it.
Okay, I'm still not done. I have more questions. Okay. This, we pay you a fixed amount each month, a lump sum amount. It's right here, right? The district and engineer shall mutually agree to a lump sum amount for the services to be rendered payable monthly in direct proportion to the work accomplished.
It's only a special project.
That tends to be just some, we work time and material.
It's under compensation. All I want to know is what we're getting for that, what's covered and what's not covered. I mean, every time he shows up, we get charged. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Well,
not
yeah,
under
but-
that contract.
Yeah, we're basically working time and material. We don't have a fixed amount that we charge you each month.
No, his rate he's fixing for us.
I thought we had agreed an amount that we paid you every single month.
No,
No,
not his contract.
no, we just charge you for whatever we do.
You have it on Soto, you have it on utilities.
Yeah,
Well, utilities is a fixed contract.
Yeah, underneath Article 4 compensation, we do say lump sum, but that's in relationship to like a work authorization. If, for instance, when we get into, if we decide that we need to put a new water storage tank in, then we can negotiate with you either a time and material work authorization or a work authorization that's based upon a lump sum that we do 60% design for X amount of dollars, 100% X amount of dollars, and so forth.
Like the CIP.
Yeah, I think the attorney.
So there is no
the same
fixed
way.
fee like what we pay you every month.
No,
No,
no.
no. I
It's
just
all
work
based
on,
on bills.
I just work on your request.
I think the attorney's the same way.
Yes. We do have a fixed fee with the attorney per meeting.
Yeah, 400.
You probably did that deal on.
You pay him that much?
All right, so.
Yeah, we just
motion-
work per hour.
We did that yesterday.
A motion to accept the contract with the engineering firm, Paul Montes.
Second.
So
All in
what,
favor?
so what's changed? Anything changed from this kind? I mean, you just gave it to us, so I mean, I didn't know if there was anything.
Nothing's changed.
Right,
We
the
had
original,
that.
the original agreement basically was signed in 1992
Real
or
old.
3 or something. And Tony especially felt that it was time to go ahead and update that, reflect the current state statutes and all that.
That was the primary aspect, clarifying the statutory scheme and what was referenced in there.
And then he's more or less piggybacking on the county, and the county goes out.
County's right.
Proposals and
Yeah,
bids.
on the fee schedule.
Which is what they've always done.
Right.
And, you know, we've got a upper fee in there, that principal amount, but we never charge that. What I do with my time basically is depending on what I'm doing, I'm splitting between the 2 different rates.
Okay, so the motion to,
You got a motion, then seconded.
all in favor?
Aye.
Now, everybody was all in favor.
Now, the district managers report.
Let's see. I guess I got a couple other things, yeah.
Thank you.
New home drainage and construction issues. Not too much to report there. I do have something that's going on Newport Drive right now where we've got a builder who's storing stuff in the right of way. He needs to get some additional silt fence up. He's got some sand in one of the ditches really close to one of our drainage culverts that helps drain Evening Star. I'm going to get it confused. Not Evening Star, but Morning Star. So I need to, what I'll be doing this weekend probably is sending a letter, or not a letter, but an email and some photographs to the builder, see if we can get a response within 7 days. And then if there's no objection, if I don't get anything by the end of next week or the first part of the following week, I will go ahead and file a code complaint, code enforcement complaint, and see if we get some success there. Then on the water management district, water system discussion, Supervisor LaShire and I, we had a great meeting with Kurt Kamak of the South Florida Water Management District. It was last week, Thursday, or was it Friday? I've lost track of time. Yeah, but we took a tour of really the entire development, showed him around, explained what we thought we had as far as water management, what responsibilities the district had, what individual homeowners associations, condo associations had for responsibility. And he's going back and he's going to go ahead and look through the records and so forth, and just do a review of their files and so forth. I haven't heard back from him, so probably early next week I'll go ahead and try to set up a meeting with him. And he's fairly new to the district. In fact, he's only got about a year or two of experience, and he wants to have a meeting with the supervisor and go over everything, see what needs to be done, see what ways we may be able to make some changes, what we need to do as far as jumping through the various hoops that the regulatory agency has.
Can I ask a question? How do we get the decision maker out here from them? They're sending the water board. We need a decision maker.
That's the next meeting with his supervisor.
Okay.
And it will probably be in Fort Myers.
Not here.
Not here.
How do we get them here?
Ask him to come, or she.
But typically, when you're dealing with the supervisory staff, they may actually pull people in from West Palm also. And those usually are held at the Fort Myers Service Center, something McGregor, because they're more formal meetings. I mean, having a site visit's a good idea, but they probably still would want to have an office visit.
Will they take his input as gospel?
No.
Represents them.
No, that's why they got supervisors and other people that review. Into this meeting, they may also bring, besides the stormwater folks and permitting folks, they may bring in some natural resource people and so forth. We typically, I don't think we'll see anybody from their water use permitting group, but we'll probably see some of the environmentalists from South Florida in the meeting.
David, if the supervisor comes for a site visit, I think that's a good idea. But if they have the visit in Fort Myers, as David indicated, usually they'll have different disciplines within the organization. And I'd like to be there either in person or by Zoom. But to do that, they always want to have a member of the general counsel's office present. So if you can, when you schedule that meeting, say that district council would like to be there, but if it's going to delay it for a period of time, then I'll pass on being there.
Okay.
I just, again, because they may get into some other legal issues too.
Yes.
Can we have a board member there? Not me?
Sure. Oh, definitely. I was hoping to coordinate with.
Sam went first
Sam,
time.
yeah.
We should follow
I
up
do
on
too.
that.
And I think that's a good idea because it goes to show the fact that the board's taking this matter seriously. I think it always helps, in my experience.
Now, code enforcement was out too.
I'm sorry.
Code enforcement was out also, blocking everything.
Okay.
If that's for the county.
Yeah, it's for the county. No, it's not okay. So anyway, remember when I said that I didn't vote on bringing in a South Water Management? And you showed me that I did, but that was just for that one location. So now that they've been here, right? And I got a letter from the county that was sent to Joe, and it says, since the problem is the permit will probably not be approved as constructed. And what they did was they gave for the Sunset K down at the end, what needs to be done in order for there to be approved, okay? So now that we've got them in here and we've done all that and it's in everybody's face, why do we still need that stop it and desist or whatever the letter we have, cease and desist letter on that property? Why can't we pull that? So that he can go through the process with Collier County, the CDD, and South Florida Water Management. Because he's got direction here how to do it.
But we're still waiting for an answer to what we started. with the South
I know,
Florida
but they viewed it, they've seen it.
It doesn't
Did he
mean
say rip it out?
it wasn't his place. He has to talk to a
Yeah,
supervisor.
what he said was, and Joe was there hearing, the gentleman said that he didn't personally see this was a problem. And then there's this word, but he's not the guy that can make that determination.
Well, that's because the Florida Department of Transportation said the structure is not adequate. In other words, it has to have brakes and everything like the other ones that we have already on that road. And like the ones.
But what I'm saying is, he said he couldn't make that determination. He would take it back to his supervisor. Because
Exactly.
we told
And that's
him,
the South Florida guy.
yeah,
Right.
South
But
Florida.
my point is, why do we need the letter on there anymore? Why can't we just at least remove that for the homeowner? Why can't we get that out of there if it's already in the hands of the rest of?
Tony?
My opinion is that that would then, the developer, property owner probably then go down to Cuyahoga County and say, listen, you have the CID's approval because they've withdrawn their cease and desist letter. I think that needs to stay there to show that.
Well, how, he can never get a permit if we don't do it. In other words, he has to go to, he still has to go to South Florida West.
Correct, but if I was the county, I would not be surprised if the property owner and or the representatives were then to go down to Cuyahoga County and say, see, Mr. McKenna, we've satisfied at this condition because CID has withdrawn their cease and desist letter. And I mean, I've seen that happen.
But so what?
Yeah. No, but that means it's taking care of that issue. I mean, it really hasn't from the district.
Right.
Well, no, it still
And
isn't.
then the county wouldn't approve it right now anyway, because I heard the pipe isn't the right size.
It
So you
still,
still have
it still wouldn't be approved. So what's the problem?
But here's not,
It won't be on
I'm saying
us.
putting the cart before the horse.
I believe,
Yeah, what I
I
would
believe no
suggest-
matter what, we're going to need
What
to do
I would
something.
suggest also is, and this is very annoying, and if Pat Neal is hearing this, Pat, I don't mind you hearing this. 8 o'clock last night, I get a registered email on this saying, I understand, saying, reiterating this issue, making various arguments. My client requests CID withdraw their complaint. If not, we may pursue all legal and administrative remedies. I'm not ready to address this today. When something comes in at 8:07 PM the day before a board meeting. So I would say, again, I think Dave's got it under control, setting the meeting with the South Florida Water Management District. Cuyahoga County's being cooperative. And I think that needs, from my perspective, from the district's legal position, that needs to stay in place until this district is satisfied.
And this last minute stuff is an example of it. That's got to stop. That's a strategy and it's a lame of it that it's got to stop.
I mean, I don't mind meeting and having us meet with Pat Neal and the clients, but, and you just said, my clients continue to stand ready to meet with representatives to attempt to resolve it, but it comes in 8 o'clock the day before a board meeting. I'm sorry.
That's out. No more of that.
Frank, yes.
This is a board meeting that could be discussed at the audience comments.
Well, okay, but we're still talking about drainage and stuff. So what about, we were going to take over Stella Maris North drainage. What happened with that? Are we ever going to make a decision on that?
I think the board should look at what they want to do in the entire community, because Celamaris North is not the only drainage entity.
You're not going to be
that you're
allowed
not-
to speak, Frank. This is a board meeting. The rules are set.
No, it didn't make us angry. We're just saying now's not the time. Yeah, just now's not the time. Frank, now is not the time.
What would be the time?
Now is not the time.
When is it? When is it?
Audience comment.
Audience comments.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My apologies.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
we've got all the along the west side of Newport Drive. We've got all those condo associations over there that are maintaining their own drainage systems. We've got Stella Maris South that maintains their own system, north. The only clear-cut one that you're maintaining right now, or two, I should say, is the original case phase 1, which is Newport K, Morning Star, and Newport Drive, plus then case 2, which is all the finger streets.
So it's not
We don't maintain, it's very,
How is
very
that
few.
possible? I don't understand.
Because we had 5 or 6
Well,
developers.
we need to fix it.
Well, I agree.
we need to fix
Yeah,
it.
no,
I agree with
the
that.
trade-off is that the expense of maintaining those systems is going to come back to the district.
Right, and taxes will go up, but I agree it needs to be fixed.
Well,
It should be.
You know, it's your choice, but does a city or a county accept a drain in public parking lot? That's private property.
Right.
And it's very common too in other, well, in Cuyahoga County, Lee County, that HOAs, condo associations maintain their own drainage systems. Because it's more complicated too, because if we do take over maintenance and operation, then if there are any permits, they need to be transferred to us. We need to do an inspection of their system to make sure that you are willing to accept it if it's got deficiencies. We're going to need to obtain easements to do the maintenance. There's going to probably have to be legal descriptions drawn up perhaps. So it is quite an undertaking.
Right, I understand that. It's funny, when you're talking about who owns what. The Stella Maris South just found out, because I just happened to do a quick search on it, that the street is still owned by Harbor Development Corporation.
Never turned it over?
Never turned it over, number one, and number two, just is no longer a corporation. So we contacted our attorney to find out if we can, if we can quick claim it to take it over. But the big problem here is, the fact is there's 4 or 5 developers here. Whereas if you go to the Esplanade or the Isles, they had one guy come in and did it, and it's all the same.
It's just like what it's called.
We had 5 guys come in, or 6 guys come in and do it.
And over the course from 1985 through current, you've had different developers come in, yeah.
Right,
Yeah, and different standards.
and they did what they wanted, and that's what we get now.
So, I mean, when you write a plan, can you exempt parking lots? You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the grassy knoll, and
Right,
not talking, so there's divisions that can be made.
right.
Yeah. Public's parking lot's an excellent example.
Yeah, but they take care of that themselves.
Right.
But main roads, every road
Should be
should be ours, I would think. Whether it's Stella Maris South or whatever, that also, I think that.
Other than the parking lots, I would think.
Yeah,
for
no
the diff-
parking lot.
No parking lots.
No.
But the roads.
But the roads should be ours.
Well, what about the roads where
Not now, not now,
I just wanted to get, I don't know if this is.
not now, not now. I'm sorry.
Improvement plan, and it shows here whose responsibilities, whether it's the master or the CIP.
Yeah,
We have that.
We know that.
We've got that, I think.
Okay, so I think
All
that
right, thank you, but not now, not now, please. We had to do it with Frank. So, no, it's all right.
Look here, so but like where Catherine lives, there's a road that runs through there. They park off of it, but it's a road.
It's a named road,
Well, some of
No,
them are,
it's not a main road.
and it's a parking lot.
some of what you've got out there, especially in some of the condominiums and so forth, they're really driveways. They're not roadways. In fact, I'm not even sure if they're dedicated for public use. I'd have to start pulling condo documents and plats and all that kind of stuff to see how they were dedicated.
Well, you can list them as special use like you do everything else, just don't include them in the roads. I mean, we gotta make it simple somehow and get this settled.
I agree with that.
I agree.
I agree with that.
So that we get the roads under our control and the drainage off.
Absolutely.
And the drainage.
If the back easements go to, like right now, the easements on the houses, like behind my house, who's responsible for that? The individual homeowner, correct?
Well,
I have a question.
I have a question about that, because I slept at a Holiday Inn last night, so that makes me a lawyer. But the question I had is a definition of the word easement, and if you read online, it says easements are the responsibility of the easement owner, not the homeowner. So in response, that would make us, we're the easement owners, correct? Is that correct, Henry?
Well, it all depends on the language. There are some easements and or dedications that will say granting an easement for a particular use, no responsibility for maintenance. And some will say with responsibility for maintenance.
Would that be in the deed?
But it might be in a dedication or grant of easement, but one way to approach roads that are part of condominium that are really, or other areas that are owned by a common association besides the deeding of it, I've done this in other districts, where all the CID needs is a legal interest sufficient to use public funds. Because as a public entity, you can only use public funds for primarily public purpose and incidental private purpose. So for condominium associations, common area or the road, the condominium association can't split those out and deed those to the CID, but they can be leased to CID. And I've done that in some other communities where the roadway tracks are actually leased, provided they are meet county standards for those type of roads. And some don't, some do, but that's one way to do it. An easement would be another way, or arguably a license agreement.
And then there's another little complication too, that a lot of times on the plats, you'll see it spelled out that Cuyahoga County has no responsibility for drainage maintenance, and they throw it on the CID, but the CID is not a signatory to that plat, and there has been no acceptance perhaps of that drainage responsibility.
Well, I think, Russ, what you're talking about is the swale behind, you're talking about the swale.
Yeah,
The swale, well, that's an easement, right? So we're talking about the swale.
Right, it all depends what the language in the plat says. If it says, and typically what will happen is you'll see a lot of times on plats, you'll say dedicated to the CDD or CID with responsibility for maintenance, and dedicated to Cuyahoga County with no responsibility for maintenance. The reason why the county puts that in there is the county, in case an organization messes up and doesn't maintain it, the county has the ability to go in. They don't have the responsibility, but they have the ability. So it all depends on the language of the dedications.
How do we find out that?
Look at the plat.
Yeah, it's on the plat.
The easements are all different too. All of them.
So every house is different?
Oh, yeah, every house is different. So
The case phase two is was a little bit different than a lot of the other ones, in that the CDD actually paid for the improvements to be done in the case two. So inherently, there's some responsibility for the CDD to maintain those improvements back there because they did pay for those.
I think it'd be helpful to have a comprehensive inventory of what the district currently believes is its responsibility. And then the board can decide whether they want to expand that. I just think graphics are always good. I like visual. I'm better with graphics than text.
I asked for a map like that before, an overhead map so everybody can see what's what.
And then you can actually do a GIS map of that. I've seen other communities have GIS maps.
So do we need a motion to do that?
To do what?
To do the
Map.
map thing?
Oh,
We can do that if you direct us.
Yeah.
We just direct you to
One
do
of
that?
the items during budget discussion is the possibility, if there's an interest in GIS mapping. And that would be the entire community, and that, just click on a lot, you get all the information you need from it. So that would be the map.
That would be the base, the start of the map.
We
Right now,
still
we
have
don't
access
have a
to that
significant-
now.
What would-
Property appraisal site.
That would show easements.
There's several.
It all depends what you contract for. There's an example for River Ridge, which is Pelican Sound up in Lee County. And then you zoom in on it and you'll see, if you can click on it, it'll show pipes connecting lakes and ponds, whose responsibility.
show easements though?
Yeah, you can do that. You can show easements, you can show the pipes. It all depends on what you put in your field. Is that correct?
But they bring it down that fine too, easements and swales?
You could. Again, this is, depending upon what I'll try to find the layers here.
Again, it's a little bit of how far you want to go.
CDD structure, drainage pipe, catch basin, and then you click on that.
Yeah,
But you're going to have a 5-minute presentation on the screen up here that'll show you one of the communities we do that. Today.
Oh, good.
And I've got a proposal here. It'll show all the layers that he's going to be able to put on. And he'll be working with David to make sure that we've got the most accurate data. But it's really for people that like to research things. It's got everything. We would put ERUs and ERCs on every individual property too.
And there's, we put water and wastewater and so forth on that same mapping. However, we may want to restrict parts of the map for access to only certain people.
That's a board decision. It's one community that I work with that has it. They restrict it to just the board, contracted staff, and the HOA, the master HOA.
So part of it with the utilities is security.
Well, for utilities, you can't. That can only be accessible to the staff and board, because that can be exempt and confidential exempt under the Florida statute. Drainage pipes are different for water and sewer, not accessible to the public.
But the availability of the lines, I mean, that information's on your website now.
The plans and specs should not be there.
The
Detailed plan showing the location of
Yeah, the
utility lines,
detailed plans definitely
Oh,
should
okay.
be on there.
No.
Right now, we just got schematics.
that's different.
So Dave, let me ask you this, John. Am I hearing this? If we go up in a plane and we look down at the foot of the island, that there are more neighborhoods that have their own drainage than our CID drainage? Is that
for
correct?
the islands or
Yeah,
outside
foot
of
of the island.
I would say
Like
that,
you said, Newport, and are we responsible for less than half of all the drainage?
more?
I would say it's pretty close. If you look at just the top half, the guard path. Somebody help me.
We got all.
This is the north half.
Control.
Okay, so the north half, yeah, we got more than 50. Well, since parcel 13 is not developed, it's probably sitting 50/50.
Forget that. Let's say, is Orchid Cove under CID drainage?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The Newport Drive, the
Newport.
private areas,
That's private.
those are all private. Evening Star K, all those Ks on that side
Morning Star and Newport K are straight.
are district.
Yes.
Okay, then on the other side, down K's Drive,
The Finger Street,
Stella Maris North, Stella Maris South,
they're private.
those are all private.
Yes.
And the rest of the Ks down to Wilden.
Yes, they're part of the CID.
So it's like,
It's probably close to 50/50.
I never understood.
You know, the
So
single,
for us to take over all of it would be money. Huh?
right, and all the
My mom
family right now is district controlled. All the multifamily is basically private, except for Orchard Grove, it's
1950.
Oh, yeah.
family there.
47.
Caller number 2, I'm going to mute you.
And again, after we're done with watching the GIS presentation, then we can see how we can interface with developing those maps that would show district responsibilities and so on.
So for us to go in and take them over, it would be just like from the county, where we're asking them to take a look at the water plant. We would have to go in, check the condition, and it's got to be up to speed before we'd even consider it.
Right.
That makes sense.
And then adjust your budgets appropriately to handle the maintenance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the hard.
And you might want to put that as part of the overall storm sewer system, because, the swales might be replaced. It's, whatever comes out of this effort that Dave and the Water Management District are coming up with.
Right.
You guys have indicated that system needs to be overhauled, and that's what Dave's working towards.
The whole thing is that we need to make clear, we're at the mercy of this stuff. It's not something we can snap our fingers and do. We're at the mercy of feds, South Florida Water Management. We can't do anything until they give us the green light, just like everybody else. So we want to fix it, but we have to go by the rules.
Yeah, we can go ahead and maintain and do some simple things as long as, especially down in the Cays area, as long as we're doing it in the spirit of the permit, that we're meeting the spirit of it. We're trying to achieve the water quality and retention that's required.
Okay.
That's I think all I have, unless there's questions.
Okay, next would be
Well, wait.
What?
When are we, what are we doing about this? We talked a lot, but we didn't accomplish it. When are we gonna?
Listen to the GIS report and then.
Yeah, as far as the mapping, we'll wait until we see, I haven't seen the GIS.
As far as a map, yeah, and then after you hear this presentation, if
Yeah,
you
that
don't
will-
want to do it, then you can tell David to do
We can
an
do,
overall map.
yeah, we can go anywhere from very simple graphics to something more complex if you want.
I don't get any commission from those guys, but the guys that do the GIS.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. It's
I heard you did.
It's an invaluable tool. It saves a ton of staff time researching items later on. It helps the public. It provides an easy, I've got river ridges up. And you click on this easement, it's blown up, and then it gives you, it says dry detention maintenance, 10, see the
Oh, yeah.
plat. And then you can click on these, and that's the GIS. It's incredibly invaluable for both board and the public and the staff.
That would be, yeah, let's see the video, let's move on.
Financials. You got a copy of them, and you guys are in, you guys are fiscally sound, you're able to make future obligations as currently adopted in the budget. The only areas that you're going to blow your budget on, engineering and legal. Sorry about that, Dave, but you're way over on that. And then the other thing was iron and grounds, and that's all primarily all solar work that you guys have given them, like work drive, et cetera. You're 83% collected, which is kind of low. Just kind of surprises me that most people like to take advantage of the 4% discount, but not here. April, you did get 39,000. That's much higher than what we anticipate or see. And Valley's giving you a pretty good interest rate, 0.5. No, nobody else. We tried to, because we had three firms that started, or three banks that was started charging and to give it 0.01. So we switched those units over to Valley too. Anyhow, I can answer questions.
I got one.
Yes, sir.
You and I talked the other day on the phone. I think it's important for everybody in this room to know how much it cost all of us last month with just engineering and legal that we requested.
I don't know if you requested, but
No, but I'm saying
was
it was around $20,000.
It's probably $20,000.
$20,000 last month doing all this research. 20,000. 1 month. That's all I wanted to get across.
Yeah, it might be- so far for the year, it might be higher than that.
Yeah, for the year.
Year to date is for engineering about 36,000 and legal is about 25,000. That's year to date. But, it's not just, it's the projects. You had a big one with engineering. But, when we get either public requests for information or board member requests for information, if it's something that I'm comfortable with answering definitively, because the records weren't there, then Tony and Dave both get involved.
Absolutely.
That's a cost.
I've been saying it's easy to think, I'm not saying it's not worth it. I'm saying it's easy to think it's free. None of it's free.
Right.
All of this cost everybody money.
Question, if a supervisor or someone else requests information that is going to incur a cost through research or whatever, shouldn't that come before?
That's going to be a discussion that we have.
Okay, good.
Any other questions on the financial
No, I put forward a motion to accept the financials
for audit?
for audit.
I'll second.
you're the first one that created that terminology. They just always accept them, but for audit it's technically correct.
Yeah,
That's good.
A second.
All in favor?
All right. There was no negatives, right? The next item is the budget. And you have a copy of that. That's in your book. And anyhow, this budget has no increases in assessments. The amount of the assessments for the O&M, that we don't know until right now we've got a formula, and then we'll see what it's gonna, how it's gonna impact everyone. We still have to do a notice of, a bail notice to all the property owners because the formula has changed. But other than that, I think I put less money for engineering and legal, only because, I mean, not because they're not valuable, but because I think a lot of the big issues are out of the way, and I think their time will be. I left more in for engineering because we've still got a lot of construction going on, and you want his on that. But I think that Tony's time, if the meetings stay at a reasonable hour, that he's going to be pretty good. So I put 24,000 in for Tony, and right now 12,000 in general fund, 12,000 in the water sewer fund, and for David, we 25,000 in the sewer water fund and 12,000 in the general fund. That might be low simply because of the stormwater. A couple other things that I put in there is the, like I said, no increases, but we've got money I put in, and this is for stormwater. I put $100,000 in there. I have no idea what you're going to need, but that would all come from your retained earnings, or your fund balance, however you want to look at it. And you've got 800, and in your fund balance, you've got 800, almost 890,000, 818,000. And so it would go down 100,000 if the whole budget stays the same. But you've got 100,000 in there. That might be high, it might be low, I don't know. In water sewer fund, I put a lot in there, and again, no increase in assessments. That we're comfortable with. 240,000 for into reserves, water sewer, but that can be used for capital. And then another 175,000 capital outlay for whatever project. Storm sewer or roads would be general fund. In the utility fund, we've got the 240 plus 175 plus 200,000 for the wastewater plant. So I think that, let's see, that's 375, 575, $600,000 that you've got in your capital fund. That's not enough to take care of everything in the CIP,
No.
but it does provide, yeah, it does provide something. And that's, none of that's coming out of your fund balance either.
How much, just to save time, how much did we spend on capital improvements in 2021? Was it just the meters?
Yeah, just the meter.
123,000
The meters, I think.
That was it?
Yeah.
Okay, and this year, how much is projected? What exact things do we need to do in 2022 to 23?
On the waters and sewer side, definitely we need to be looking at doing some of Mitch's panel upgrades and so forth at the pump stations. Plus, probably the biggest ticket item is probably if we wind up doing a second water storage tank. That would be the second biggest item.
And that's $500,000.
That's $500,000, yeah. So I would love to see you put more money into that area?
Yeah, that's where I was going with this. We can put up the cross anytime. Prime rate is gonna go up 3 points this year before the end of the year. That means that interest rates are gonna be like Jimmy Carter times. And that's gonna happen. Fed's already said it's gonna happen. Mortgage rates are already at 5%, and the brakes are on real estate. Having said that, should we be borrowing some money at today's rates to get some of these projects done, not count on the Lindsay Bank and keep that in reserve? And I think we should. Frankly, I think we should borrow $2 million at today's rates. And we can always blend afterwards and have control. But what we're saying today is that tank, those swales, that drainage through 2023, we don't have the money to do it. That's what we're saying right now with this budget. And is that what we're saying? Because rather than play catch-up ball, I think it's smarter to borrow money now, even if we just hold it, rather than wait till next year and pay 2 points higher.
But I think if we borrow money now, the assessments are going to go up.
Sure, and that's part of it. Assessments are gonna go up. I mean, there's no way around it. There isn't.
They're gonna go up whether we.
There's no way around it,
borrow.
right? There's no way around it. Let's face it.
Even just cost of living.
Yeah, look at inflation. We're not even taking that into account right now. When inflation catches up with us in about 3 months, trust me, it's gonna go up. It's gonna go up. These guys yesterday, trust me, it's gonna go up. So we might as well face it now. If we borrow a couple of million at today's rates, at low interest rates, municipal, and we hold it, we're in control. And when the Bank of Lindsay comes through, we're in better shape. The worst thing we can do is what was done before. Just spend the hell out of that money like it's burning a hole in our pocket and dry ourselves out and defer work for 7 years. No. I like the idea of having a few million in the bank for a rainy day, dealing from strength, running like a business.
Be proactive.
Absolutely be proactive. And right now is when we have to make that decision.
We can research that if that's what I can see what 2 million, if you pay it off in 5 years or less.
That's what I was thinking.
We could avoid a lot of the bonding costs.
Exactly.
Just take a loan.
Yep.
And I don't think you've got the expenses for validation for under 5 years, Tony.
If a maturity of no more than 5 years,
That's doable.
you don't have to validate.
Yeah.
In 5 years, we have 13 new homes online down there. We don't know what's gonna happen with the hotel. We do know that JC's project's gonna be done or closed. And in 5 years, this whole thing's gonna be done. It puts us in a strong cash position, which we don't even know what that looks like.
Right. And that's well, you guys used to be in a very strong.
Yeah, it used to be.
position. I just need, you guys tell me what to do and I'll do it. So I just need to know what direction you want me to look at. If you want $2 million, and I'll talk to your current banker and see what they would loan it for. I'm doing a bond refinancing with them at another community, and we're looking at right about 3.5%.
It ain't gonna get cheaper in the next 5 years. It's not. So that's what Powell's telling us. So let's face the reality of this situation. How much do we think, just roughly, how much do we think this, whatever needs to be done with swales and stuff, what's that gonna cost? Roughly. We know the tank's $500,000, surprise. And that's before we just talk about CIP. And then drains, depending upon what we do with that. But I don't want to push this stuff back another year and a half. I don't. So,
Cal, what are your thoughts about the board applying for SRF, state revolving fund loan program funding, for example, Gateway?
I love that. Done in a year.
Sorry, well, at least have something for the future, requisite plan, because Gateway, they just got another loan for Lake Bank Restoration Project, 0% interest.
Yeah.
Now, those The state likes to do 20 years, which is validating, but they'll do 5 if you want.
That's what you got to be at 5.
But
We can look at that. I'll contact.
because they do water, as you know, they do water, sewer,
Yeah.
they do stormwater also.
Right. I haven't heard of 0, but 0% is typically what I.
About 2%, they won like 1%, most recent one's at 0.
The price going up a half point a month, according to the Federal Reserve. So the longer we wait, the more it's gonna cost. So I'm just thinking, let's be fast on
The SRF, you're looking at dealing with the federal government.
Well, the
And
state.
They do not the state. yeah.
Well, but the DEP is pretty good to work with, our experience.
He's saying
Yeah,
rates wise.
But the timeline.
Yeah, oh,
I
time.
think they can turn money over. I mean, the rates are gonna be, they're pretty much, you know.
Yeah, again, I'm not the manager, but I think it's worth at least looking at exploring, getting involved in that program,
Sure.
whether it's this year, next year, 3 years from now.
It takes a while to get into the program, so yeah.
But either way, let's talk to the
I'll
bank.
look at that. I'll bring a proposal back. Yes, sir.
Again, we're just adding another expense line.
That's right.
We have to take care of them.
That's what we're doing.
But you're gonna have to, either you're paying somebody else, or you make people pay now, and they don't have to pay more later.
But if we,
You're gonna have to raise the assessments, we already said that. But why give
So
yourself
when you
another,
say we raise the assessment, use that money.
use that money, don't,
Capital outlay,
we're
finance.
our own bank, I mean, I finally paid my house off, and it saves me $70 a day, that I don't have to pay somebody else.
that's fine, but if you pay the assessments, if you raise their assessments, what's easier to swallow? Borrowing 2 million at low interest and blending that, so their assessments, our assessments go up much more gradually, or hitting the residents with all of it.
Oh, I don't think that's a more gradually.
You're still gonna
Of
pay.
course it will.
And then if you sell the land, you have that money coming in, what are you gonna do? Pay off your financing?
No,
You're gonna hold
we're
on
gonna
to
sit on it.
You need that much in reserve?
You tell me.
Yeah, then you're still paying somebody else, you're still paying the bank.
Right, well, that's how it works. That's how business works. Borrowing the money is the cheapest way to go.
Still gotta pay for it.
So that I'm not wasting a lot of time.
I would
We
agree.
need a motion just that there's interest in borrowing, then, you know, I just don't want to.
I make a motion, we look into borrowing $2 million for 5 years, the current rates, or in that vicinity.
And I'll also look at the revolving loan fund.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, we need a motion for
Is
that
there a
too.
second? Second. Okay. So, and that's to borrow 2 million for 5 years or less, and as a loan, and, you know, you'll incur some cost of issuance, but that's about it. It'll be rotated or funded right through the loan. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Okay, 4 yeses, 1 no.
No.
Oh, you're no. 3 yeses, 2 no's. Okay, 3, 2. Jerry.
And when you do that research, I'd like to know roughly the annual payment on that, because I'd like to compare that to the increase of assessments versus that.
Well, and you have some, I don't want to call it wiggle room, but you have
Yeah.
some excess, you know, like I just mentioned, 600.
Well, you have the excess plus 2 million, plus 5 million. I
So
think
maybe
we're doing
use
an over.
300,000 of your excess now towards whatever loan payment is.
But you're in control of it.
Yeah.
And we're in a cash position.
Yeah.
So,
Money's gonna be not easy.
I don't like when your assessment is greater than the real estate tax.
It's too
That's what
late.
I'm trying to avoid.
It's already 2 to 1. You know what the guy from the county said to me yesterday? Told him, we pay the highest water in the state of Florida.
Well, in Cuyahoga County.
He's like the whole state.
Why do you believe everything? Did you
But-
research
In
it?
the
Did you find that
county.
out to be the
I'm
truth?
not sure of that because Marco's right out there.
And,
Oh, yeah.
and Florida Government Utility Authority is very high, FGM.
But these are the county people saying it.
What do they got?
No, but look at the
I used to
non-ethical
work for the
law.
county, you don't listen to me.
Look at the non-ethical law.
It's always, if we can get.
I don't listen to you for other reasons.
If we can get refocused, the question I have two questions. One, I want to have, the GIS presentation.
Yes.
The other thing I'd like to do is know, we have I guess we can discuss this at the continuation meeting. But do you want to go through the budget in more detail at a special session? Or maybe we can do it all at the next meeting? But it has to be approved by June 15th.
I'd say we do it, I mean, I don't think there's much other than that. We haven't budgeted any CIP funds.
Right.
Well,
Well, you
so
can do that through the year. You just
Yeah.
need to budget the money
But
for,
we need to take that into account.
and that would be part of the law.
Yeah.
So nothing for the continuation, and then we'll look at, okay. On
Well,
on the May meeting.
What we're
So-
working on now on the budget, and if you wanted to jump on board and start listing more capital improvements because you have the loan, you do a budget amendment.
Sure.
Okay.
She
But I'm
can't
saying other than that, there's
increase the
nothing else.
assessment.
Yeah.
You can't increase the
Right.
assessment
Right.
after June 15th.
Mhm.
So I need an approval of a tentative budget at your May meeting, and if you're not ready to do it then we'll have to have a special meeting after that. But it has to be before June 15th, and your June meeting is after that date.
Do we have time to look at it?
You have time to look at it. Okay? Let me unmute. So we may, let's see, up there. Perhaps I can see. I'm not sure which one you are, Felipe. Are you there?
I don't have a phone number. Let's see.
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, no, it's not that. Couldn't have done that.
Is this Felipe? Felipe, are you on the call?
No, I'm all set, thank you.
Oh, she's over here. I think she said, no, I'm all set, thank you.
Okay, that's not her.
This high-tech stuff.
Yeah, I don't see him up there, but for sure. Felipe, are you on the call? Okay. I called in on the wrong line. You've got a proposal. I can send you a link to one and you can do it at your convenience.
Maybe we could see it at the next meeting?
Sure.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
What about we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, that's fine, either one.
And maybe he'll be online.
I'll see if he
That's fine.
either texted me or.
Yeah.
You might have had trouble with this.
Let's just have a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10 after 12 or 11.
Well. Yeah, and he's not going to be on.
Thank you very much.
His son got sick, he had to take him to emergency care. Yeah, you got to take care of your kids.
They're a good group too. I'll tell you about Water Management District, Bill Rich, if you go to Coyote.
I'm frustrated.
Me too.
I did all right. Southwest Florida, the whole system. If I understand it correctly, you guys own the property, recommendations that we're gonna have to pay for, we have no representation.
No, I don't think they can. I don't know. Watch you guys.
Can I get that?
Well,
I mean, it's a problem.
you'd have to ask him. He's the one that walked around. Sam walked. I have no idea.
Sam, what you guys gonna talk on Southwest Florida, look at our stuff.
I heard that.
Go by it. We didn't actually look at it. I mean, we wrote by, we saw that. And we pointed out that is drive, that was more drive.
When I was in that, you know, that's.
And that's all. Yeah, there's reputation. Right now it's out. Read the check.
Yeah. Well, it really wasn't. No, no. This is more like nothing more than, I mean, the guy that came down is basically a lower level employee. He's been here 11 months, and we just basically showed him what we didn't. The only place that we really made a question to was on subject 5, 8, really, your portion is nothing. You just rode by, we go, we have a good.
That's what I gave you. I did like 7, 3, field play. Let them work out. How long is it? How many?
Yeah. When I looked at that, that's what people with developed this thing out with. 1 year ago. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there was no need for anybody to come out because the guy was here just. That's all he did. You showed him, oh, there's the drain, this section here, and then you showed him the drain. He makes everything. So really, there was no decision. We weren't trying to, you know, say we just wanted to show him what we got. Our biggest question was sunset. Because that was
You see what I'm saying? And it's all based on
we don't. I don't know. No, it's gotta be when we get to the.
But I am ready for
No, I.
How long is it? How long is it? Nobody should be able to take them. I'm thanking you for cooperation, Doctor.
I like that. I will say this for the meeting with Florida information on the way.
I've got 3 things here.
Do that guy, it'd be great. He looks shaded with me. Yeah, that's, look at his eyes, he looks shaded with me.
Our biggest concern, my buddy, Sunset County, when we actually got a car, showed them what we had. And when we didn't, they ride lines for you guys, this race from here, this race. We showed you, you got a brand new well, they're just put it, you're good.
Thank you, bud.
I want to go on saw this and just and all this is.
That was driving around. Well, that's what she caught me. She caught me in the parking lot.
Yeah. No, she asked for this one. She asked for a meeting.
Oh,
We thought she was coming to the meeting.
Oh, she's here to.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just said, where's the fucking code? Serve, yeah,
Okay. Oh, this is for the new.
Yeah, it's just a discussion, but there's also the, yeah. I mean, in the, I think they're really, one, we got one community with it, and they got, they own the streets, things like that. They paid, like, that's over several years. So you can decide it later, so they started out with a 500. Okay. Yeah, yes, I'm still passing that out, so we'll handle that. He decided, sure, how much time. But it's all about. I don't want to say we're new. Whatever that is.
Board of Supervisors information.
But she needs to understand.
Okay. You understand trying to build.
Unless you want to.
We had the conversation. But yeah, how are you feeling? It's an email.
Maybe cancel the 5, do whatever we need to do.
Misrepresented. If you look at the linear footage of what the swales they have down there, just there are six. There are 5 games that are about 2,200 linear feet. Is all we're taking. So.
Yeah, I think it is too. We get out of here. That's,
Over 4,000 linear feet of filtration and you're okay with other stuff.
Well, it's already, I think that's the way it's ranked.
we lost show. We'll bring Bill. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'll just get to that.
Jerry, we set?
Always get done what you need to right away.
Okay, we're back.
Warmed up.
Phase 1.
At halftime.
I hope this is getting for that resolution. You sure? You don't think this is, okay. I mean, all it is, okay.
I'll bring next week. Katie sent me an email already. We should send it to you.
Well, no, just so you know, I won't be able to print it. Unless we worry about later after the meeting.
So this is for Cal. I think it's advertising, but it came to my house.
I got one like this for ourselves.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's advertising.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's end of garbage.
it's Dr. Calvin.
No, that's from Terry.
Now, no pain. He's good.
I had to,
Yeah.
I had very honest.
Great, we set?
Well.
Meeting's back on.
3 hours. Then I went to the other person. I got double.
I'm still up.
So I don't go to.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're okay. So,
Excuse me.
The special Spanish.
Yeah. I left it home.
On the budget, just to summarize, we're going to do more research at K. We're going to talk about it at the May meeting, and if there's anything else, we'll do the meeting to sometime before June 15th.
Right.
Yes.
And we are going to get you information on a $2 million loan, 5-year maturity, and we'll also check the state revolving loan fund. Okay? So that would take us to the public records request policy. I've given you a copy. It's in front of you. It's nothing that we're going to discuss at this time. In light of the lawsuit you just received, Tony wants to delay it, discuss it later.
Okay.
Is that anything else you want to add on that, Tony?
What do we have to discuss the public records for? That's what we got you for.
Right.
We don't have to,
Right.
we don't even, what do we need to go over it for?
Tony, you want to answer that?
I did not have any detailed discussion about this, right? You know, Cal said this is the policy he's utilizing. I just don't, again, I don't know if the board needs to have any discussion, but again, if they're going to, I would suggest we not have it today.
Okay. The next thing would be the supervisor's requests. We spend a lot of time in responding, and we also, you know, sometimes it takes engineering and engineering and legal expenses, which, you know, I refer to them. And so anyhow, we don't need a form, but this is the type of information that I need. If it's something that's going to, I can just respond. I get a quick email, and that's easy, you know. But when I have to start assigning staff to research it, pull things up, attorney, you know, engineer, or whatever, then sometimes it's extremely time consuming. And then, you know, using the attorney and the engineer is costly for you.
I think you should have a record of it, and I think you should use a form online. We all have phones. I think you should have it, and I do. I mean, I don't know, I don't see it making a hardship for you, but I think you should have it. I think that if we have a request that needs this stuff, not just a simple question, I think there should be a record of it on your behalf.
And I also think if there's going to be an expenditure of money,
yeah,
that the board needs to approve it before, you know, before we go ahead and authorize it.
Absolutely. Make a motion.
Well, when you say that though, when you say expenditure of money,
Well, over and above.
you don't need like a proposal of what it's going to cost.
No.
Just the understanding.
That's what it's going to be.
of the costs involved.
Not a proposal. Yeah, if it's going to involve us having to spend money for additional work from either the engineer, the attorney, or Cal's people, that the board needs to approve it before we start with.
Yeah.
This is when the supervisor makes that request.
Mm-hmm. If it's a request for a document, that's no problem.
Right.
We just send that. But
if it's engineering,
I get something, I'm not sure of the legal ramifications of that, and that's why I send it.
Madam Chair, what I would suggest is just if there could be an exception for items that are time sensitive nature, because there are certain items out there from a regulatory standpoint or other standpoint, there might be a time limit or matters need to be taken care of before, so not to be defaulted. Or also, there might be items of an emergency nature that arise that, you know, Cal, as district manager, is charged with protecting the district's facilities and assets that you would need to, and I think that'd be a coordination with the chair. I was looking at that. And same from my perspective, something comes to my attention or to the it's obvious that something immediate needs to happen to protect the interests of the district. Otherwise, you have the routine items. I think that's a great approach to say, come back to the board and get their approval.
It's similar with the engineering. Sometimes Cal needs a quick response. Something's happening out there, like the little drainage issue we had at Evening Star K just this past week, or the chlorine issue. Those are things that you don't want to, you can't put off for a month.
Right.
No, you can't.
And I don't see those as being falling within this.
Part of his contract to do that.
The extraordinary things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I realize I've got access to both the attorney and the engineer, and anytime I do use them, there is an expense, but I try to not use them unless, you know, from a liability standpoint, I'm not going to put myself out there and say, why'd you recommend this or that, when it required an engineering or a legal opinion.
Right. But I think anything
my contract says I'm not an attorney.
Right. Anything that's time sensitive. Time sensitive, as long as either the chair or the vice chair is informed on it, we're good to go.
Yeah.
We're good to go. And we understand it. But for the routine, you know, okay, well, and it's going to take, you know, X number that needs to come back and the board says, yes, let's go ahead and do it.
So we can handle it one of two ways. One is just an email and, you know, but that's the type of information that I'd like to have. And then the other is if it's going to use form, if it's going to require some engineering and some legal that form will come to, that completed form will come to the board for a thumbs up or thumbs down.
I think you be the judge. It's on you. You be the judge. But I think if I were you, I'd have this, and I'd be able to do it online or from a cell phone. You be the judge.
Let me ask you this, if this is just out of nowhere, but if I had a request and let's say it more or less was at the previous meeting, did we do this or did we do that? And it isn't something like you can answer off your head. Do you have the right, which I think you should, to tell me where I can find it? Because it's available to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of
I
it,
just
though,
don't want
if
you to
it's-
be
if
used.
it's in minutes,
Yeah.
I mean, I had a recent request, I had to go back and listen to the tapes, watch the video,
Yeah.
which, that's like 12, 13 hours
Yeah.
between the last two meetings.
As exciting as it is.
Which is something we could do, or whoever's, well, I don't know whether I mean just the board or the public or.
Sending the recording of the meeting is easy.
Yeah? You be the judge.
Yeah.
We put it on you.
I mean, I'm not gonna get offended if you tell me where I can find it.
No.
Get
Don't
offended.
hesitate to do.
No, but I think you should have a record of any serious request that involves legal or money that belongs to the residents. I think you should cover yourself. If I were you, I'd cover myself. One other thing, if I were you, and maybe you already do it, I'd have a menu of what it costs for public records requests. If you want this, it's this much an hour, whatever, however you break it out. I would have a menu that you can hand out so there's no question what it's gonna
That's
cost.
for discussion.
That's for discussion
Yeah.
next time, but yeah.
Do you want a
Do you want to
motion on
motion or
the?
it was just a discussion?
Well, it was discussion, if you want me to use that form, I can do that.
You don't need a motion for that?
I would just want you to continue to email everybody, forward those emails. forward
Well,
those
that's
requests.
the other issue. Some of them we can't.
Right.
Why not?
Because you
Tony,
communicate.
you want to address that?
Well, you have to be careful when that occurs, so that you don't engage in basically responses and communication, so you have
Right.
sunshine law issues.
It's vulnerable.
Sometimes one-way communications are okay, other times they can end up posing problems. So it all depends on the nature of it. I mean, if you want to, you can put them all, I guess, in the agenda book for the following board meeting, That gets to be problematic,
Well, and the way I interpret that, I can't be used
As a conduit.
as a conduit for, board discussion. So
And
if I
shouldn't be.
get an opinion from somebody on an issue and I forward it to everyone, then I think I'm a
Because the possibility can occur, and that's what,
Yeah.
in some,
Yeah.
one-way communications, they always say be careful of those, because
So-
they can become a meeting.
It wasn't supposed to be an opinion, it's supposed to be a request.
It's
Why would they
part
give
of
you
a
an opinion?
discussion at a board meeting that'll come up or could come up. If it's something that I feel comfortable with, then yeah, I'm forward around. I don't feel that it's part of a discussion item that would be for the board. It's just an opinion.
So do you need a motion on this?
No, I think that we're going to discuss that at another meeting.
Right.
And then, the board doesn't have any problem with requests for things.
No,
I think we should have
And
it.
if it's creating a report or something, that's going to require probably some time on somebody's behalf.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because otherwise we don't know what you're involved in. Because requests go right to you.
Sure.
If it's costing money, we need to know.
So Terry, or I request something of you, Terry shouldn't know about it. That's what you're saying. Maybe.
You say that.
That's not-
No,
I just said we would.
no,
you
your
would-
opinion, like what you feel.
But I'm asking you for,
Okay, if you send me something and I feel it's developing a communication process on the agenda item, then I don't feel that's appropriate. If it's something that is of general nature or whatever, and, the best policy is not to forward to everyone. period.
So you're gonna, well, then you respond to that, right? Right? If I ask you something you feel is inappropriate, you will respond to me and tell me that.
Sure.
Okay.
The board was.
Well, just, yeah,
Yeah,
just so I know.
absolutely.
I don't want no response. I want some response.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and that'd be the one-way communication.
Right.
All right.
Okay. And we will use the form. that-
Yeah, that's up to you.
There's two that need to be muted. That's what we're. So,
Can you mute your phone, please?
Let's have everybody do.
Everyone is, but anyone that just. came
Someone
in.
is.
Oh, I undid the two, I didn't know who it
There you
was.
go.
I think it's stopped.
Because, the GIS professional, Felipe Rimas.
Yeah.
Had to take his son to the hospital.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why.
Maybe next week we could do it,
Yeah, you can, at your next.
because I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
Maybe next week.
One,
One item next
One
week.
item.
One item.
Now there's two.
Out of here.
now we're down to 20.
With the money you get paid for this,
I
are you
know,
kidding
the
me?
big bucks.
Oh,
You have a copy of the Christmas field report. I think it's easier if I just answer questions or I'll get the answers for you.
I got a question. I noticed it the other day, the last pond down on Case Drive is turning green. I mean, a funny color.
The what?
The colored watercolor.
Look down a little further, we're going to discuss.
go over the
that.
area.
Oh, yeah, just all of a sudden, just like overnight.
Stay heat, no rain.
That's correct.
Never saw it that color.
And I think in here, he identified when he would be able, unless he's already done it, the light pole cleaning in Orchid Cove.
Yeah, I think he mentioned,
Did that get done?
No.
no,
Okay.
he
I know
mentioned the
he's
date
got
he
it.
was gonna do it.
Yeah, I do.
Does he have to hire somebody to do it?
No, he's going to use his own staff. That's the cheapest.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So, any questions? If you don't have any now, feel free to send me an email and I'll get it answered.
Yeah, I only have one. I know sometimes the sidewalks get destroyed with construction going on. But when the sidewalk is destroyed in front of an empty lot, is there any way it could be stopped, people parking on it?
If we can attribute it to construction, we usually try to put burden on the builder who caused the work. A lot of times if they're building on one lot, they like to use the adjoining lot for access.
Well, that's what happened, but now there's another house going up across the street, and they haven't yet, but I'm sure they're gonna end up on that lot also.
Right.
So then you're gonna hear, well, yeah, but when so-and-so came, that they broke that portion. I don't wanna get
Is
caught
that
in
the one
middle.
across the street from you pretty much? What we could do, if you like, is that afterwards, I'll just go out there and take some photographs and we'll establish a pre-construction condition. On bigger construction projects, we always require contractors to do pre-construction videos. So not only to protect themselves, but also that we know what the condition is in case they do damage something.
Yeah, because I have dogs that I walk in the morning, and now I look at it and I say to myself, there's another crack now. And I say to myself, I've probably got almost another year before this other house is done. How long am I gonna have this inconvenience of walking on the sidewalk?
And I did notice in the field report, there was one that maybe had a driveway that had rised or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, Hayes Drive.
I'm not sure what we want to do there. Maybe Chris
Is
is
it concrete or is it paper?
It's concrete.
Yeah, Chris can, he's
Grind
got
it.
a machine to grind it down.
Okay, good.
Take a look. So,
That's 168. That's on the field report. Grind the sidewalk, tripping hazard, 168.
Yeah, that's probably
Yeah,
it.
that's it.
Yeah.
It's on page 4.
Well, I got it on page 12.
it'd be at the bottom of the page.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he keeps a list of the maintenance items, and you guys authorized, I think, up to $500 a month for him to go in there and never did that. On his follow-up items, the Union Road sign is done. I had a couple of comments that was really nice. Now, the contract did not include painting of the base. Chris said he could do that for under $200 with materials. The materials are part of it. Is any objections doing it?
No, I think you should.
And that'll just be one of their tasks that they come out, do other things.
Want a motion on that?
It's under
Oh, it's under, okay. it's under-
Yeah, it's with materials and everything. He said it'd take about 3 hours, which is about $100. Not even that much. Okay. Other than that, I think we're set. Any questions on the field report? And like I say, get with me if there are any others. Tony, you're up.
Briefly, this is an update, and at the end I'll make a request. Do not want to have extensive discussion on this, but received on April 1st at 3:05 p.m. after a board meeting, received an email from the attorney for PrepMac and Alligator Boys saying that his clients are very frustrated with the conduct of the district in his attempts to secure purchase of the nearly 50-acre lot which the district has for sale. As such, my clients consider settlement negotiations to be at an impasse. Accordingly, we intend to notify the court that settlement negotiations have been exhausted, and therefore the defendant's obligation to respond to the complaint arises. And thereafter, April 7th, the attorney for PrepMac and Alligator Boys filed a notice of exhaustion of settlement discussions. And in this case, you may recall, way back in last May, the parties agreed to extend the time for the district to respond to the complaint until 30 days after the date that the parties advised the court that current settlement discussions have ended. I'm going to take that very conservatively, being only one party notified the court, and say that, and I'm going to take it also conservatively, and I'll treat the 30 days starting from April 1st, not from April 7th. I'd like to do conservative timeframes. And our firm will be in a position to respond by that time. And in this case, I'll be requesting a closed door session at the board's next regular meeting. And we can have that towards the tail end of the meeting. What time's the next, what's the date of the next board meeting?
20th.
May 20th.
Yeah.
May 20th.
Yeah, we anticipate filing a response. May 2nd is a response is due. We will file a response, and with the board's blessing, we'll work with the chair and the manager, Cal, on the response that we'll be filing on behalf of the district. But I'm requesting we have a closed door session at May 20th. I'd say no more than 30 minutes on that one. And we will then advertise and notice it for that date and time.
Are you going to do both of the laws at the same time?
I'm going to do one at a time. Okay. So that's as to this lawsuit. So there'll be May 20th. What time do you want to have it so that the public, you can say it at 11:30 or soon thereafter as possible?
11:30.
Or as soon thereafter as possible.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said, or as soon thereafter as possible. I know. We're starting at 7:30 that point. Or soon thereafter. And we need guidance and direction from the board. I'd like to have a motion for the board to set that closed door session on the lawsuit titled PrepMac LLC and Alligator Boys LLC versus For the Island CID for May 20th, 2022 for approximately 30 minutes, beginning at 11:30 a.m. or soon thereafter as possible.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next, service was I guess, Cal, were you served?
Yes, I was.
Cal was served with a summons today, Steve McNamee versus Port of the Islands Community Improvement District and Cal T, stated as being a public records lawsuit. The time frame to respond, if we normally is within 20 days. two things I'd like, three things on this one. One is request the board authorize, requesting advice from the board, discussion with the board on settlement, negotiations, litigation strategy, expenses, requesting the board hold a closed door session. We need guidance from the board. Have the closed door session May 20th, 2022. And I would say at 12 noon or soon thereafter as possible. And in addition, Cal is sued arguably or ostensibly in his capacity as records custodian. So we also like the board's authority today to represent Cal as well as the district in this litigation. Cal in his capacity as records custodian. So the two motions.
Oh, do we have to separate those?
Oh, yeah, we have two motions. One would be to authorize and schedule and approve a closed door session for noon or soon thereafter as possible on May 20th, 2022. And then the language, this would be the, we may need to go back and ratify the language for the other. Bear with me.
I make that motion.
I second.
I don't have my little script, so I need to.
Which motion?
The first
To
one.
close session? Okay.
The closed session.
Starting at noon or as soon after.
On May 20th, and that's the lawsuit style Steve McNamee versus Port of the Islands Community Improvement District and KLT, Cuyahoga County Circuit Court, case 11-2022-CA-000559-001.
We're going to get a copy of that lawsuit?
Yes.
Did you second that, Terry?
Yes.
Okay.
Bear with me just to get
All in favor.
moment here.
We haven't done that yet.
We haven't done all in favor. All in favor, we're doing now. All in favor?
Wait a minute, all in favor of what?
The closed door session on the lawsuit.
Or as soon after, over the Steve McNamee
Okay.
lawsuit.
It'll be next month. Next month is the end at our meeting.
At May 20th, which will follow the prep net part.
Do we need a motion to?
Yeah, a couple other motions.
accept-
Well, wait a minute, we haven't
Pause.
voted. Did you
That,
vote?
the public hearing is, or the, closed session is the one that.
Yeah.
He called me.
Yeah.
Hold that, okay. Closed session.
Yeah, because I'm just, same with the other one, advice concerning this litigation as well as advice concerning. the So the vote's been taken on the closed door
No,
session?
do it there.
Harry called me.
Which one?
All in favor?
All in favor of the
I
new-
did.
Yeah, I did.
All
I
right.
did in the closed session.
All in
you said-
favor?
You said, wait,
I
just
just said,
ask
yeah.
the question. Okay, so it's 5.
Yes.
Sorry, 5-0.
I'm gonna do it again, so.
Yeah.
The second one is authorize our firm to represent both the district and Cal in its capacity as record custodian in the lawsuit style Steve McNamee versus Port of the Islands CID and CalT.
Someone,
Is it, what?
I second.
now we can discuss it.
Oh, okay.
Discussion.
All right. So, I mean, no offense, but does he have insurance for something like this? Does he have, you know what I mean? If he's an individual or is it as a group? You know what I mean? I mean, is this
I
going to
don't-
incur more expenses for the district?
I don't know if he has insurance and if you want us to explore that between now and then, but the problem is by virtue of this being served today, it starts a 20-day clock to respond. Now, and being served on a Friday always makes life interesting because basically you lose 2 days doing the necessary legwork with regards to how to respond. And so the board could authorize us to represent Cal, but I don't believe there's a conflict of interest in this case. I think there's a commonality of defense and interest in this case. But if the board wants us to, in the meantime, explore whether or not Cal has a policy that would help pay for some of the defense, we can do that.
I do have insurance for negligence. I mean, if the board thinks I was negligent in carrying out my responsibilities as your custodian, then yeah, I guess you should represent me, but everything was on behalf and in my activity.
Represents us.
You represent that.
What about,
Yeah, we don't know what the
what if we were
violations
sued?
are. Huh?
What if we were sued as a board member?
We,
Does that mean I need my,
Yeah.
I need
Why were you
insurance?
served?
No, but if we were, does
Yeah.
that mean I need insurance in case I ever get sued?
But he's working for us.
Yeah, he represents
Represent
us.
us.
So there's,
That's how I
I
look at it.
agree, this is a commonality.
Absolutely.
of the
I
other-
think right now, I mean, Until otherwise, I don't believe there was any conflict of interest in representing both parties. At that point in time, we were to believe there would be a conflict, we would so advise the board and tell them we need to get separate counsel. But right now, I don't see that as being a conflict of interest. And first of all, I think it's inappropriate to name the records custodian, but that's another issue. It's the district that's the entity.
Right.
But, and the relief requested is against the district. It's just interesting. It's suing both, but the only relief requested is against the district.
Right.
At the end of the day.
Okay.
For
So
injunctive
is that,
relief.
that motion out to
Yeah, now you call for a vote.
call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And again, if we believe there's a conflict of interest representing both the district and Cal, we will so advise the boards that Cal get separate counsel.
Cal, I ask questions not to be combative.
No, I know.
I ask questions to understand what's
Yeah.
going on.
But that's what came to my mind. If it were me, I don't have insurance.
Well, but we follow the direction of the attorney, so that's different.
Well, I give guidance, y'all will make the decisions. I once had, real quick story, when I was at the county attorney's office, Doc Brown was chairman, and I was sitting there, and an issue came up. He said, "Counselor, how should I vote on this matter?" I said, "Mr. Chairman, I can only advise you whether it's valid, invalid, legal, or illegal." "Counselor, how should I vote on this issue?" I knew where to- finally, and he was a big man. He was about 6'5", 6'6", if you remember Doc Brown. On this case also, a request for similar authorization as with the last matter, that to the extent making decision-making as to what to file, that I have the authority to work with the chair and Cal on filing appropriate responses.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second. You done?
Okay, now
All in
discussion.
favor? No discussion?
Aye.
Who seconded? Okay. All right. Discussion?
Cal, he's right here, but I feel under these circumstances on the McNamee matter that Rush should either recuse himself or should have a gag order. Because he is more than a million times represented Mr. McNamee's interests to us as a board member, and I just think that's an unhealthy scenario.
From my perspective, I don't see a legal conflict, but right now we'll have a number of items to discuss in the closed door session.
Right.
If you want to bring that up. And we'll have some ammunition.
Can we vote on the motion to file the appropriate response?
Yeah.
So that was all in favor?
And again, with regards to that matter, in every board that I work with, when we have closed door sessions, I have particular admonitions and cautions to the board members as to the nature of the proceedings and the confidentiality of the proceedings. And I've always been pleasantly, not surprised, but just pleasantly, the reactions are always very favorably received by my board members. So, on those matters. So that's the Prepman lawsuit. On the Case Monument Wall License Agreement, I've heard nothing from Mr. Sanchez, so maybe he's busy with other items. I don't want to push him and bug him too much. So that's sort of status quo. Union Road Sign Maintenance Agreement. I've just looked at, this is the one for the gun clubs to maintain. Is that what you're?
Yeah, they're gonna take care of it. If
Okay,
you want them to do it, they'll sign it. They'll take care of it.
They have an agreement they have to already. Well, yeah, the agreement says they have to repaint it and do all those kinds of
Yeah.
things. Okay. So the next item is median maintenance
Wait a minute,
agreement.
wait a minute.
I am confused.
The agreement says that they have to paint it?
Well, here's what it says. Well, first of all, the agreement says it describes the sign, but doesn't have the sign exhibit attached. So, bear with me. Dig that out from all my other. Where'd it go?
I think the one that there's, I think two agreements. One is with Luland that was for some type of directional sign. that-
Correct.
Right. And then the one we just repaired, I believe was an agreement with Matawani.
So that's a dynasty.
Yeah, and.
Yeah, the agreement I'm talking about is the directional signage,
Yeah.
and it's with both Luland and Gulf Coast.
So that's under the T.
Yeah.
And it says they shall maintain the sign by keeping it clean and free of mildew and by promptly repainting as necessary when paint is faded or has peeled.
Right. So I think the response to the question that was raised is that Luland has no maintenance obligations to the sign and the median in 41, the one you just repaired.
That's different. That's not contained in this agreement.
But I think that's what the question.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's what I was.
Yeah.
The next one is,
Lonnie not being with us anymore.
the US 41 maintenance agreement. I think what we'll do, we'll send out Dave Schmidt had some documents that he found. I found the recorded, I found the minutes of the county commission meeting where they have executive summary, and there's actually an attachment that are minimum maintenance standards for that, our county minimum, and provided those to Cal. And so it's a multi-page document, so Cal, maybe just circulate it to the board members and they can see it. And then they'll see what the obligations are. And you think it's less requirements than what we are currently engaged in or not?
Initially, that's what I thought, and that's just from the discussions at the time, that you're actually had upgraded the repair, the maintenance, after it's, planted.
And then I figured out, I found out after going through the minutes of the county commission meeting, what happened, yeah, the state and the Collier County have an arrangement, and then memorandum of agreement, and then the county then had the authority to enter to the agreement. That was the missing piece for me. I'm thinking, how did the county have the ability for the state right away, but there's a memorandum of agreement?
And there was a LAP agreement between the state and Collier County to plant that area.
Correct.
And do an enhanced planting. So that's where that money.
Correct, that's what the connect was, with David and Cal, then finding it in the clerk's office records if they have the connection. But
So I think that this is an issue you asked for attorney review as far as, is it something you can break? And, from the last two meetings, Tony, has looked at the agreement, and you can break it if you want, but you're going to have to upgrade to restore it to what it was like before.
that's correct, remove everything.
And so if the board wants to, now you've got your research done, if you would like to move this to a discussion item for a future meeting, we could do that. Or if you want to say terminate it.
I think the issue was, it was costing us about 7,000 a month
28, oh, yeah, it was 28,000.
28,000 a year.
to maintain it. So did we want to continue to do that?
So Tony, do we know who we need to break the agreement with?
Well, it's with Collier County,
It's with Collier County.
drop, not break it, terminate.
So we have to break it back, pull all the plants and
Put it the way it was.
make it grass. So what's that gonna cost?
Well, we probably took it over so we can enhance the entrance to our community. That's probably the reason why we did it. So if we got to put it back to grass, it might just stay in grass.
Well, no, I understand that. I'm just saying, what's it gonna cost to do that? You'd have to have Soto remove all that stuff, plant the
Is that
grass.
what you really want? to
It's
happen?
ridiculous. You know what this place will look like without that there?
He's not saying that's what he wants.
No, I
He's
know, I'm
just
not saying him. You know what it's gonna look like? We shouldn't even be
My
discussing
question
it.
is, you want to know cost. Why? Because, or do you want that to happen?
I'm just curious. I mean, maybe the public wants to know what it would
Yeah,
cost.
he has the right to ask that.
I'm just
Sure.
wondering if.
I just like to have everything
Right,
out there.
right.
That's all. I'm just curious. I mean, it doesn't have to be an exact figure. I mean, Soto can look at it and go, oh, yeah, it's gonna cost you 40 grand to pull that out.
Yeah.
And maybe redistribute the plants or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
gotta
it's-
tell
So
you
that would be a two-year recovery,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And
And I guess part of it is, and I don't know what the condition of the road was, and prior to the effective date, was there any paved surface, were there any other features? So, because you have to do both, remove what was planted and restore it to its condition prior to the effective date of the
I
agreement.
mean, we even moved the dirt, so it would drain better, right? Do we have to put it back the way, we gotta move the dirt too? You know what I
Well, it
mean?
says restore the road to the condition.
Doesn't drain anymore.
Yeah.
It's gonna look like the rest of 41.
Right.
Those towns.
It's a flood.
That's exactly what.
But that's exactly what might happen. That's my point.
Right.
I think the whole thing was, when it was brought up, there was some questions from everyone about the cost
Yes.
Yeah.
and whether we wanted to continue that cost or not.
I can get an estimate from Robert as far as the cost to restore. I don't know, he was there then. I don't know if you can remember it, but, it'd be pulling out the plants.
You might have rethought it, re-raised it. That's my point. It's gonna be too expensive.
Right.
That's
Might as well just keep it.
Plus aesthetically, it's gonna look terrible.
Right.
You talk about resale value, flush it down the toilet. That looks really nice.
Yeah,
when you drive it.
if the gun club people can't drive by and look
That's
good,
it.
they might not even go to the gun.
That's exactly right. That was a shot, but I got one.
You want to drop
We're
it
not done.
right now, or can we get a motion that's?
Make a motion to maintain our current agreement.
To continue to do the
Continue
maintenance.
to do the maintenance.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, just for information, the executive summary from July 25th, 2006 says there's no fiscal impact results in the maintenance agreement. It says expenditures for installation of the landscape will come from Fund 112 of the county with the reimbursement from FDOT in the amount of $300,000. So that's apparently what they indicate cost. Do it all.
Yeah, okay. Forget it.
Oh, let's do it.
See, now there's no decision. It's easy.
We're in the money.
Now we don't have to research it.
That was to improve it. So I don't know what happened. We pull it on the shore.
Even if it's half.
That's pretty much all.
Okay, next item is,
It's still, Tony's still up.
oh, he's still up.
Full-stack maintenance agreement.
So I think that's been resolved and no further discussion necessary. I think that we had the report last time that put everything on hold pending any vote to the contrary from the association. And so I think
What I
the status
understand
quo
is
is the
their
same.
board voted.
Yeah, I think it's status quo.
What is status quo?
But on this item,
That they were not going to do the strike, and they were going to hold off.
Oh, yeah.
That's my
But
recollection.
we're taking over the road, right?
So we have.
We have,
we have the road.
we have,
Okay,
we
so-
don't have the drain.
We own the road.
We own the,
But they're not going to turn your road into a park.
Right, so we pave everything.
Right.
I do want to ask that when people, and we had a complaint before from someone who lived here and another one, if we are putting somebody on the agenda, I feel like it should be notified. So Frank said he wasn't notified about today. He called me. And we had a complaint earlier from somebody else. I mean, I know that they can go look at the agenda, but then, they can't make a plan. I guess when we know it's an agenda item, I think we can notify. Would that be a lot of trouble?
I'm not sure that somebody won't be missed. I mean, like the last meeting you guys tabled, basically to get a response, and it's coming back. Now, Frank was here, like, should I say, don't forget that,
Oh, I see.
so I mean, if, we don't do a lot of that, I mean, we can.
Yeah.
Well, it really was, the discussion, if I'm not mistaken, was not really a maintenance discussion. Anyway, it was about striping. That's what it's about.
Right.
And they had their own board meeting, I think, and they decided to take the striping, the parking out.
And
So, yeah.
my question would be, if you're building a house, who does he notify? The owner and the builder, or just the builder? Who does he notify?
Well, what do we do with those letters? Is it supposed to go to the owner?
They would come over, because you can't send a letter to the builder if we don't know who the builder is.
What I've done in the past is when we do have something that occurs that we need to notify the people about home construction, I've tried to send it definitely to the owner.
Uh-huh.
But if I know who the builder is, I will send them whoever qualified it on the permit.
Okay, thanks. I just, maybe it wasn't.
You can put in your letter that this item will be discussed at the such and such board meeting.
That'd be good. Thanks. You want to?
It's not audience comments.
No, not yet.
It's not my choice, though. This is your meeting.
Right. Hold on.
All right, so Tony, you have one more thing?
Yeah, the boats and trailers in the yard, and then just some clarification. I'm not sure what else I was supposed to do about boats and trailers parked in the yard.
No, you're not supposed to.
No, I think it was
No, you're not supposed
decided
to do
it was the
anything.
county.
Yeah, I didn't think
code
so.
Always
enforcement.
been the county.
Yeah.
To the
Get
county.
rid of that. We can take that off the meeting.
Yeah.
And again, I appreciate the fact, the board's actions, and as I've mentioned to my advisor, the board, that I desire advice concerning investigation involving Cutback and Alligator Boys, and Steve McNamee versus the district utility, and we're having a closed door session based upon the board's actions. Thank you. Nothing further until we have
So now we have old business,
comments. Later on.
decorative pavers, right-of-way permit.
Oh, that's the, I apologize with everything else to flurry. I did not bring it with me. I'll bring it to the next board meeting. If you recall, the board said that we had the hold harmless indemnification right-of-way agreement. The board said take out paragraph 2 dealing with insurance. I deleted that, but I didn't print it out. I'm bringing it to the
So next meeting.
May.
I can just bring it next week and hand it out. So yeah,
Okay.
it's not a discussion item. I apologize. I kept planning on doing it yesterday and kept getting sidetracked.
Golf cart usage on CID roads.
I've started my research on that. Right now, the statute's interesting because it's mainly on county and city roads. And so I'll have everybody at the May board meeting on this as far as the ability or non-ability of the district to regulate.
Okay.
And we can also bring that up when Commissioner LeCastro comes and ask him to. We just want to be included, so.
Yeah, it's interesting. The county does it with regards to county roads. There's the issue. That's why you have Goodland. You have, I mean, you have other places where there are county roads.
Yeah.
So that's where we will push on it.
Because we're way out here.
Way.
That's the answer. Way out here.
Always is.
So is there anything else we need to discuss on the Sunset K easement? Do you have anything else you wanted on?
Not from my perspective.
No, Russ.
Oh, right, I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to pull the letter. Nobody wants to do it, so the lawyer recommends against it. But
Okay. New business, aerator prices.
Yeah, find it, but you had asked for information on the aerators and putting aerators on all 3 of your lagoons, which would also help with the algae issue.
Right.
And it would help, unify, but, it's not going to be cheap. The, it would be $9,880.
A year?
No, that's.
That's first cost. And then you'd have your electric bill too, that would be ongoing. I did take a look at that a little bit this morning early. And, you're gonna have an ongoing electrical cost. And then there's a question about how you're gonna feed power to the aerators itself. The initial, I think Chris mentioned in his report about trying to feed out of to the aerators out of pump stations. Well, right now, those pump stations are 3-phase power. They do have a small transformer in it to provide single phase 115 volt service, but it's only a 15 amp breaker. I checked with Mitch this morning a little bit too, and part of the concern may be lightning also. If lightning would hit that aeration system, it would travel the way up to the pump station and then affect the pump station too. So I would almost suggest that each of these have their own separate power source if you were to do it, which again would have some increased cost.
Are there solar aerators? I don't know.
There are some solar aerators. I'm not sure how applicable they are. They call them solar bees that you do float out there that do have the ability to do it. I don't have any experience with it, but I've seen them advertised.
And what's, the cost by?
No, I've just seen them
I mean,
in magazines.
Maybe we do a test with one pond and solar. Is it
And if that's something that we want to pursue or whatever, we can make a quick inquiry and try to get some information on the solar bees.
this isn't like a fountain. This just aerates, just goes into the water. Aerates the water. So
Technology wastewater, you're aerating a basin. And it increases the dissolved oxygen, fish will live, it helps, keep the algae down. It's just pretty important.
Are the alligators going to grow faster?
Yeah. No, but they might.
You'll be able to see them easier.
Yeah. But it might cause a problem. We've had alligators like bite into some of the toys. So,
Right. Right.
You have a compressor that's going to feed air into a diffuser, just like a wastewater plant. It's the same purpose.
You didn't, what about Orchid Codes?
We have aerators.
Oh, you got aerators?
And we also have pumps.
We have both.
Hey, Bo?
Yeah, we started with aerators and then we wanted to add a fountain for beautification. It wasn't that the aerators weren't working.
Well, I'm the one that brought this up, and I think we need to aerate it, because right now, if you go out there and look, I mean, it's
horrible.
It's a real
thank
bad
goodness
color.
it's not time for the Green River in Chicago, because we got it right here.
Turn that color. I would like overnight.
We missed St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, we miss St. Patrick's Day, we got it going on.
Instead,
If this is, we're presenting the cost, we'll look at a total project cost. If this is something that's, to get power out there, these are compressors.
Yeah.
The monthly power costs are.
I don't think we that much.
Can't that be treated chemically though?
Well, they do not.
Instead of the aerator?
Yeah, but when you start
It's not
putting
the
the
same.
chemical, you got fish in there and everything else. It's not
This is
getting
just a feature of the drought.
It is.
But we could have a drought any year.
Even when we got, unless it's the middle of summer when it's full, as the year
It
goes
grows.
down, it gets greener and greener and greener and greener.
And if you want, I just looked up real quick on the internet, just look up Solar Bee. It's going to give you an idea what these things look like and so forth.
Yeah.
So I can get us more information too if you want to try to do something
I think
solar.
the solar bee that doesn't, it just goes, it just makes.
It just makes it
It's a
water.
paddle.
Yeah.
It's a paddle that goes around the circle.
Like a
That's it.
Roomba for your
It really
swamp.
does, I mean, it does some, but
Not
for a size like this, I think you need something with oxygen coming
Yeah.
in.
I'll do some quick little research though. They might have something that's more applicable. But yeah,
But
might be able to do something with solar.
I feel we should move forward with this. How do you
Yeah,
feel?
I do.
Ray,
Yeah, okay.
Russ?
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, so if you can,
Check it out.
the alligators grow too fast to go in your place.
Oh, we get them. That's one of the things we have to do in the other counties is gators. I mean, we don't physically, we call Fish and Wildlife. But if they're over 6 feet, we can take them out.
We got two in the first leg right now.
Yeah, usually it's only
Pretty-
one.
Yeah,
All of
there's
them
two of them
have
in
one
there right now.
Yeah.
They're
Each
pretty
of them
close
have
to
one.
6 feet.
I like that. I like that.
Okay, last thing
Bring them
is
along.
supervisors' requests or comments.
I would come up at Stellar South, there's a bright light that they would like to have a shield put over it. And Sam's kind of more aware of it, but we have a person come up and complain.
Yeah, it's the one at the very end on Stella Maris South. And for those people that are in Stella Maris North, this gentleman was from Stella Maris North. It looks like, we've got a great big star sitting right there. And if there's any way we can have a shield put around so that it directs it down and won't allow it to go everywhere, it'll help everybody on Stella Maris North as far as having a look at it.
There might be a cost, but we'll check the.
Is it a Florida Power and Light that owns that?
No, it's LCD.
LLC.
Or LCD?
But we rent the poles from, they own them, but we rent them. So I don't know if there's be a cost, maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have to be how they can put
But
shield on them.
wasn't he told that an owner had a call that?
No, I think he
Well,
said
he
it's
just wanted, if we asked about it, that he thinks that it'll get done, whereas it's
I probably asked this question before. Are we LED now?
LC,
LC.
no, they have, FPL's going big into LED.
Yeah,
I think
they've
this is
converted
a-
their whole thing over to LED now.
Yeah, I think this is a sodium, an old sodium light. Looks like it.
Yeah.
It may be worthwhile to ask that same question and talk to them about LED conversion.
yeah.
I know with the city of Benita Springs, they did it at no charge.
The other,
It saves money.
it was brought to my attention that on YouTube, the April 1st meeting isn't online yet, and that could be just because of the change of
What's that?
we haven't approved it because
Oh,
the
okay.
Well, but the recording should.
recording.
I looked the other day for it. I didn't see it. Maybe it's on there now, but
Yeah, I'll check into it. we're going through a change in personnel. Fortunately, Chris has left us, and so we, the new person that's supposed to do it, she starts full-time Monday, so we'll jump on that, I'll see what's going on. But, so that, it's the meeting recording.
Yeah, I think the continuation, I don't believe it's on.
And as we're talking about lights, who is responsible that when we get an extreme low tide, Stella Maris South has lights on their
It's not
wall.
Stella Maris South, it's me.
And then, yes,
It's
and
me.
then when you get up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water, you think the police are outside. Because
Well,
it
they
goes
are. They could be.
red,
They could be.
green, blue.
I'll try,
Are they legal?
I'll have them move them down again. We've moved them down once, but it's those real low.
They
tides.
are right.
Oh, they are bright, but only when there's extremely low tide, because they're like maybe a foot off the bottom right now. But I'll see if I can get them moving down.
Before your other neighbors do it.
But we're gonna highlight
That
you
would
guys.
be code enforcement.
Code
Yeah,
enforcement. There you go. There's my
But
friend.
Samson is good picture.
I'll take care of
Any other?
it. They're track smoke.
Christmas for the.
Where are they?
Yeah, they're track mate. Okay, any other requests or comments, Ray?
I do. Twice now, especially this morning, I've been discredited personally on YouTube, and I'll stay there forever, that I do things that are crooked because I have a real estate license here and I have one in Key West as well. I've never been accused of that in Key West. And I'm not going to put up with it. If you get something to say to me, say it to my face. Boy up or girl up, say it to my face. Don't hide behind him. Okay? I don't do anything crooked. And I bust my hump for this goddamn community. I spent 35 hours this week. I got you the $5 million. Nobody else did. I did. If you think I'm crooked, say it to my face. I'm talking to everybody.
Now, I take it from the source. Not everybody.
That wasn't calling you crooked. That was me asking if there was a conflict of interest.
Okay, why would there be a conflict of interest?
Because
I asked him that once.
I didn't understand why we were so worried about your name being on the realtor's place before. It didn't make sense to me that that was a conflict of interest.
From now on.
So that now this comes up and it's like.
Totally different.
Well, but to me, it's not just to the layman.
We have the right to ask.
From now on, I don't do anything crooked, okay?
Nobody said.
And I'm
But
doing
you know
things to
that,
help
so-
you.
Yeah.
Everybody in this room. I do it on my own, free, to help everybody. And I don't like the insinuations.
There was no insinuation that you were getting greased. All it was a question.
It wasn't I could sell the houses. I think somebody said that.
Yeah, but you can
Yeah, but we
always.
have the
Everybody
right to say
can
that.
sell them. Well, that doesn't make me crooked. That's not a
It's not
conflict
saying
of
you're
interest.
crooked. It's not saying you're.
It's not a conflict of interest.
I think it's just the way you interpret it.
Yeah, I do
think it was
too,
meant
and I'm
that
sick of
way.
it.
I think the interpretation was Russ said someone in the community went to him.
No,
Right.
I didn't say someone. I said
Yes, you
people.
did.
I said
Okay.
people in the
Yeah.
community.
So all I'm saying is, say it to my face.
It
You don't need to go through him.
made me think the same thing. So
There you go.
I thought, well,
No, conflict of interest, what he was thinking,
yes.
that's all.
Rest assured, there's no conflict of interest. You may remember, the last time with Scott Preppin, I volunteered to recuse myself. I signed the state form. I met with him and him. I volunteered. And there was never, I didn't even talk to Scott Preppin.
Let's just say, Ray, not everybody can be perfect.
I know.
You all try.
I'm gonna try and stick close.
Lord, it's hard to keep up.
Anything else?
I want to make a comment too, though, that I don't think Russ is, I think your integrity is also good, and I think that was a little bit questioned today too. So I think you two were going at it, and it's unnecessary.
No, I'm not going at it.
What was
At all.
that?
Sounds
What was
no, I'm
that?
not taking it personal.
okay. Good. I just want to make sure.
It's just a question.
Okay, now we're ready for audience. Yep.
I don't know if Sam or Russ had any.
No comment.
I'm only, about the mosquito spraying, which I guess I have a conflict of interest in. We haven't.
You signed, you boosted yourself.
Yeah, I know, I'm just letting people know, we're only doing it once a week now, because it still hasn't got, I don't know, anybody getting bit?
Yeah.
So we just do it once a week and until
Yeah.
it starts, goes up. I
Which will
mean,
be today.
the only place I had a mosquito was in the house the other day, so I don't get it.
Brought him home from work.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know.
Your pet mosquito?
Yeah, it's only at night, it's after 9 o'clock. We won't come around before 9. That's all.
Sam,
That's it. Done.
Ray, you said something. I think that's all the. All right, so next item is audience comments.
I have a question. Ms. Karen Reed.
1 minute, we'll get to you next.
I just wanted to request from the CID board, when you pull out of work code, the lane that's coming at you from the gun club, it's a blind spot.
Yeah.
So I requested if you could put a stop sign there, so, because we can't undo it, because the fence comes out.
Where?
Right when you pull out of Orchid Cove, looking up.
The lane coming from
Parker Cove, it's a blind spot.
the gun club, not going into it, going to 41. If a stop sign could be there, so somebody has to stop.
You mean coming out of Orchid Cove or coming down?
No,
Down
okay.
Union, but where Swan is,
Yeah.
put one here so that, because it is a blind spot. That's a really good idea.
There's some more houses back there. That'll be.
Yeah.
Stop sign. That is your road, so we would have done it. Thanks.
We do it. 7.
Oh, take that dog out.
Yeah, and then, is that going to be the same as we did over on Newport Day, one of those $1,750?
No, that's not in the DOT right away, but I think we probably need to, I want to think about it. I was just sketching up and thinking about what we should or shouldn't do there, and whether it meets the minimum uniform traffic device codes and that kind of stuff too, to make sure that we don't have an issue later. So let me have a couple weeks to think about this one.
Yeah, if not, you're just looking at cost of the sign, and probably a channel post and maybe a stop bar, paint a stop bar.
Where would you put it?
I thought she was saying on.
You would put it
On Union Road.
on Union
On
Road.
Union, when you're coming out of the gun club, and you come up to Swan.
No, I know where it is,
Okay.
but would you put it in the median or would you put it on the Orchid Cove?
You put it on the Arctic Cove site conventionally? Yes.
That's where Isaac's.
And I think what David's saying is subject to the written recommendations come from manual and uniform traffic control devices, because if you do something contrary to what's recommended there, then you have liability issues.
Right. So you want to approve it not to exceed $300, and David and Chris will get together and.
Let me look at it and see, make sure that we're okay as far as the code and so forth to do it.
Yeah, then we won't do it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's not going to be an expensive.
No, it won't be. In fact, he may have some laying in the back.
Yeah, Rich might have some in the back, right? So you want to do that, if possible, that would be your motion. If possible, install a stop sign on,
Peacock and Union Road.
At
Oh,
Swan,
Swan, I'm
at
sorry.
Swan, yeah, the intersection of Swan. So moved.
not to exceed $500 or $300, I think. But you're only looking.
Yeah, it should be low.
It's not.
Okay, I second that. All in favor? We had someone who wanted to speak on the phone.
Yes, this is Karen Reed.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just have a question. I'm just trying to understand all these different documents. On the Declaration of Restorations and Protective Covenants for Port of the Islands Phase 2, that's dated 1/27/92. My assumption is that these are still in effect to this day, correct?
Those, if I may, Madam Chair, those are not the district's documents. Those are private covenants and restrictions. And so it's not, in my opinion, it's not a district issue, a district matter. That's,
Did you hear
Are
that?
they, yes, but are they in place for, are they to be upheld covenants within the Port of the Islands? For,
I think they-
not for the district to opine one way or another. That's a
Right.
private matter with all the property owners.
I think a lot of the property owners adhere to that voluntarily.
It was an HOA that failed.
I thought it was.
well, because what I'm referring to is Article 1 definition, Section 2.02, paragraph G, when it states that driveways shall be at least 10 feet from the side lot line and 20 feet from the rear lot line unless a shorter distance is approved by declarant.
Again, Madam Chair, those are not the district's documents. Those are not the district's covenants. The district has no authority. And in my opinion, the district, I can't opine as to the validity. I would suggest the board not either. It's not within your jurisdiction.
So that's the condo association.
Either an HOA, property owners, or a condominium association,
Right.
or those.
You're talking about Hayes Drive area?
I'm talking about the whole area.
They need to contact or retain a private counsel on this matter.
Yeah.
I don't think the board can answer that question.
That's correct.
It's not our
Okay.
covenants.
It's not our covenants?
Not the CIDs.
Not the CID.
It's individual. It's not a blanket that goes to the condo association
Or homeowners.
or the HOA.
Again, the district, to my knowledge, is not a party to those covenants.
Right.
Right.
It's a private contractual matter among the property owners in that organization. Whether those expired or not is something this board is not,
Yeah.
does not have the authority to opine, does not have the authority to get involved in. It's up to the property owners in that community to retain counsel to give some advice.
Okay, so it's not in effect then for Sanctuary Point neighborhood?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not a district issue. It's something you need to retain counsel on outside the CID to find out.
There's no association sanctuary.
But again, we're not, I would say the board's not in a position to say one way or another as to the validity. It's not a board item. It's not board jurisdiction.
But isn't it, Sanctuary Point is a CID road,
Right.
right?
Driveway has nothing to
Right, but the
do
requirement that each
with what
property,
she's looking at.
again, the documented issue is not a CID document.
Right.
Right. But what is it? Because there's no
Well, I got that
association.
What is
document. I closed on my house,
Yeah.
but there's no homeowners association.
Right,
No one to enforce it.
association.
By way of example, if you have a set of covenants and restrictions that expire, they're expired. There's a
Right.
mechanism in the statute to resurrect expired covenants. That's a private contractual matter for the property owners within the community that were initially covered by those covenants.
Sanctuary Point.
Yeah, I think, don't you have an expiration date on that?
The thing
It
is,
has an expiration date, but it has an automatic 5-year renewal, I thought.
well, that's another issue you need to talk with private. Again, it's not the district issue because that's something they need to consult with a private attorney about the validity of those automatic renewals, whether they're valid or not.
Okay, I'm just asking because if it's not an issue, then I don't have to follow these, is what I'm saying. Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Can't
That's
say
not what I'm
thank you.
saying. It is not, a board can't say yes, no, or maybe. It is
We
not
have
a
no
board issue.
authority over
The
that.
board has no authority to say yes.
Not even maybe.
No, nothing, nothing. So please don't say that the board's approved something, you're not to worry about it. The answer is the board has no authority, no jurisdiction, and is not involved in those, so the board takes no action.
Okay,
You need
okay,
to,
so the board can take no action if I'm doing something within this, the board can't take any action on what I'm doing, correct?
Not
under
those
those documents, it's not the board's authority to take action. Whether it's
Okay.
somebody, that's another matter, but the board has no authority under those documents.
And if it's building related, you may have to obtain a Collier County permit.
We're not talking about you might be a Collier County issue,
Yeah.
something else, but once again, I'm not your attorney. You need to consult your own attorney. And it's a private contractual matter, not within the
I'll
board.
just go to the county and ask them.
Okay, you probably get the same answer from the
Yeah, Because I was just wondering about the ones where driveways are supposed to be 10 feet from the side lot. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes?
Dan Turkey, I represent villages of Stellamar, the vice president. When are you going to work on the payment of the roads? The contract here was signed in 2014, when we turned the road over to you. At that time, you were going to do something with the road. It's now 2022. Nothing's been done. When are you going to do something with the road?
No. planned
Well,
right now, right?
the last time this came to you, the agreement says you guys do the drainage.
Drainage.
And then the storm drainage on the main road was not done properly, which caused you guys are gonna have to go in and repair it to do the road. And then David was asked to look at the total project for both the cul-de-sac and the bottom. And then you got into a discussion about the drainage and should we do everybody's drainage or nobody's drainage? So there's just a lot of questions that are out there until decisions are made that we can't succeed on.
I don't agree with that, Cal.
Okay.
When we put this agreement in effect in 2014, you didn't want to take our road. Full Montez, right? The CID didn't want to take over the road. And it was Ron Benson that came and said, you're going to have to bore the road and we're going to see that the structure is correct and built properly. And I told Ron that I would look into it. And I did. I would find out who signed off on that road because that would make them liable, not us. Right? It's Full Montez. It's Full Montez. When I brought that to Ron's attention, within 24 hours, he called me back and said, you guys will take the road as is, the mill borings. We're going to run into the same thing with the storm drains again. Right? You talked about Florida's, South Florida water management coming in and looking at all this stuff. If that retainment system, the stormwater management system is not built correctly, there's a guy you got to look at right there. Right? It's almost a conflict of interest because you represent the board, but you also work for Full Montez. Right? Full Montez signed off on all that. I have to make the signature. If it wasn't built correctly, that was Full Montez's issue to take care of when it was built. Right? That's not our fault. So when it comes to accepting this drain, you take Orchid Boat right now, right? You've been there for a long time. It's the difference between Stellamar South or North and Orchid Cove. It's the difference. We're still paying the taxes.
Stellamar South, same way.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We own the street and the storm sewer.
But that's the way it was for us, Harbor, Flood, whatever it had ours. At least we turned it over with the agreement with the ID, right, to get these things taken care of. But nothing's happened.
One of the
There's never been a dollar spent on it since we put this agreement in effect. We pay the taxes. We could come to you and ask for back taxes.
one of the differences is, I believe Arctic Cove, as part of the turnover package when it came into being developed, that they had asked the district to accept all the improvements.
Yeah.
In the case of Stella Maris, some of the other communities, they still retained their roads, their pavements, their drainage and so forth, and didn't turn that over. If I know the history, when the district went with the fire irrigation system using the blended water and so forth, there had to be some easements obtained to go ahead and extend some pipelines and so forth. And I believe in the case of Stella Maris North, that's when that agreement got generated.
I think two things. When we went out this past time to get prices, of course, you know that story. They was too expensive right now. But the other question was the agreement that you have states that the stormwater system is still yours. It's not ours. And the question we had when we wanted to do the road was, we wanted to say, okay, that's fine, but let's put in a concrete V in that center. So we get rid of the macadam there so that they draws the water down to your drainage points. And I think when we got the price, that price was going to be around,
I don't even, I can't even.
20
remember.
grand or something like that.
Extra?
It's extra just for that particular function. Maybe it was more than, I don't remember. But we, that's when we asked them to take a look at, let's take over the drainage system everywhere and the road so that we own them and run them all. And that's
where we are.
That's where we are. The problem with just doing the macadam on that would be, again, it doesn't address that center section where the drain is, where the storm drain is. And that's what we wanted to address, is that, that needed to, I think we talked about putting concrete or whatever.
Put a valley gutter in there
Valley
to
gutter,
move
that's
the
what I
water,
wanted.
an enhancement for to move, a drainage enhancement to move that water off the pavement quicker.
And that was the expense. And, you guys have just finished a huge project, and to add an extra 20 or 30,
I can't remember what it was.
I don't remember what it was, but it was quite expensive.
We're not paying for
That says you are paying for the drain.
That's
So
drainage.
we
it.
pay,
It says we pay for the drains.
but we pay
Okay,
for the
that
paving.
drain, we have probably the only one port in the islands, right? Has a concave drainage system.
That's correct.
We have one of a kind. All right. The surface of the road drains the water. The topography of the road drains the water. There is no curb and gutter drain system put in there. All right. You are responsible for the surface of the road. You can read it to me if you'd like. Right? That's part of the road.
I thought we agreed to that a long time ago. We were
We
going to
did.
take care of everything. Yeah.
We did it, and it went away.
We did.
Well, I think it was maybe because of the cost of.
No, I thought we did something, and then it was the drainage had to be fixed.
Yeah, but that was part of, I think,
If I remember correctly, there was two factors in the decision. One was whether or not the district should pay for the valley gutter to be added to it, since it was a drainage component.
Right.
And then, the paving was one thing. That was definitely a district responsibility, was the asphalt work.
Right.
But in order to enhance the life of the pavement also, we thought if we could get the Sullivan Marsh North to go ahead and fund the cost of the drainage valley gutter, it would enhance the life of the pavement also.
Remember that?
I do.
I thought we agreed to pay for everything.
Russ, you were the one that said we need to just take care of that. We have to vote. It was yes, take care of it, and done, and then that went away too. This is the thing we've been dealing with since 2014. Not sure how much longer it's going to go. At some point, we'll have to talk to the drainage. It has to be done. All right?
I agree. I think it does have to be done.
so why don't, listen, I agree with him.
I do too.
We've heard this thing 100 times. Now's the time. Are we taking the drains or not? Are we going to pave it or not? When? That's what they want to know. I agree with him.
Why don't we put it in the budget?
Yeah, exactly right.
Add it to the budget, we'll just.
That's why the timing couldn't be better. Let's make a decision on this. It's 2014. There's another one.
David's putting together the list of all of them, because you weren't talking about just one. That was where it started.
Right.
Then you said, let's look at all of them.
Right.
That's our exposure.
Right, but
And David's putting that together.
But let's do
I think we
this
need
one.
to do this. So we can take
Yeah,
over.
I do
Yeah.
too.
What paid the.
Let's fix this one.
And
We've got the ability to pave it right away. That's not a problem.
Say that again?
We got the ability to go ahead and put the project out for bid again. We're just paving only, not address any of the drainage issues.
No, but it's the road will deteriorate more if we don't put that culvert in.
It won't deteriorate more. It will
Faster.
potentially, yeah.
Won't have the shelf life that.
Right.
Correct. But that part's on us, right?
Yes.
That's what I was saying earlier. I didn't realize till today, 50% of the district is on their own. And the other 50% is CID. And it's because that side of the road got built at all different times by different developers.
with different drainage
With
and
different-
roadways.
There's no parity, none of the drains are the
I
same.
get the impression there's some discussion here as to whether you will take over the stormwater.
There
management
is.
or you
There
won't.
is.
Oh, we haven't yet.
I don't see where that discussion comes in, because if you take Orchid Coves,
No, they already did.
There
That
it
was part of the closure.
you did, you.
But they
you
did
took
it when they
50%.
closed, and
Everyone else
your
paid the
neighborhood
same
didn't.
amount.
But you can't compare it to Orchid Cove because it came much later, and it was in 2006, 2007, and it was part of the deal with the developer when they did it.
Right, but you represent everyone.
Right, but your deal, whoever built Stella Maris North, it wasn't part of the deal.
I invite you to may join the discussion. Frankly, President of the 226 people in Stella Maris North. Dan is our vice president, former president. I invite you to go back to your recordings, meetings, which time your engineer said you were going to take it. Never a discussion about you weren't going to take it, the developer, he said, clear, he said.
No, I've never said that. I've never said that I
If you'll
would.
allow me to finish, please. I appreciate it. He said that the CID engineer never approved it. I came back, I invite you to check the next recording. I said, sir, you said the CID engineer never approved it. I presented to you a paper that showed the seal and signature on our plans with the seal and the signature of your registered attorney with Collier County and your lobbyist. Then they said it was the firm. It was not the firm. It was that person individual. So at some point, I would say that argument's gone away. Now, all of a sudden, what I'm hearing is, oh, it has nothing to do with we didn't accept it. Now it's, we never submitted it. I mean, the bottom line is, in a friendly way, you're the only people in town in this business. We're 200 and something unit owners. We're trying to be positive and cooperate, but you guys got to take the system. When the double taxes paid for how many years? 18, 20 years? Certainly ought to cover whatever adjustments you have to make. And I haven't even talked about the fact, remember that great big huge vacuum truck that's filled with sand was empty. You didn't drive it and pay the mileage to drive it to an empty site, to an authorized disposal site. You pulled up in the middle of our street, and you emptied it into there, and that flows right into that pond. And now you're saying, oh, well, we have to see if we have to fix the pond. So I'm saying, let's not be adversaries. Let's work together and do this.
When was the engineering letter that says we're taking over the drain? If I heard you right.
No, he's saying the engineer approved it.
Approved it. Who did
Not
that?
taking
Your
over.
engineer in a meeting said, and I confirmed it in the next meeting, he said the reason we didn't have our system was the CID engineer never approved it. I don't know about your records. What I brought to you in the next meeting, and before I said it, I again said, you said, sir, the CID engineer never approved it. I then gave you one document that showed our plans with a seal and a name, signature. I then presented the official Collier County registration for that engineer, the records of Collier County, and even where the money was paid, where this was your official engineer representing the CID. So I simply came in a non-adversarial way to respond to what your engineer said. Then all of a sudden, I was told, well, it wasn't him, it was the firm. I invite you to look at the documents. It was not the firm.
When was that?
That I don't have the date here.
Well, I mean, roughly. What do you think? Was it 2014 or recent?
Oh, what I'm describing, my interaction with you was in the past few meetings.
No. But I mean that signed document.
You're talking about when
When
you developed it.
Well, and that's what we're talking about now. You're saying when your community was developed, it was not submitted. I'll bet Sam's in the, or pardon me, I'll bet are my neighboring communities in the same boat we are. You know, you're asking us to prove the absence of something when the governmental authority rests with your predecessors who sat in these chairs.
So what you're saying is, you're exactly right. And what you're saying is, I think, Paul Montez actually built the system with your developer. Your developer, before you guys or whatever, hired Paul Montez to do the work. That's what
I
you're
would
saying.
be more specific.
Right.
Paul Montez, what the developer did not design that street, which we've heard today, was not properly designed. Paul Montez designed that street and put their seal on it. Now, in fairness to them, standards have probably changed. I mean, I'm not saying they did a bad job. Okay?
But when they developed, when they designed it for your development, correct? Not for the CID.
When they designed it, we're a planned unit development, as I understand it. And I always watch lawyers on TV, so be patient with me, Counselor. I'm far afield here, and I know that. But when they did that, they came to the CID. We connect into your system. I would submit, we didn't connect to your system without you approving it. Nobody stood up here and said, Frank, you shouldn't connect, let's stop up the pipe. Okay? No, I mean, at some point, a little just, there aren't any bad people here. You have inherited a mess from your predecessor. And in fairness to Paul Montez, you know, times have changed, but our 200 and something people shouldn't have to bear the burden on this. And I applaud and thank you, sir, for what you said. This one you can do, and then you ought to go to do south and just let's do this.
I have to agree with them. I think, let's figure this out and get it done. Separate from the rest. Let's figure it out and get it done. 2014, these guys are here all the time. They're right. They're right. And we're screwing around. Let's figure it out and get it done. It's gonna cost money. It's gonna cost money. So let's do it.
Oh, I don't understand. You say that Orchid Cove turned it over, right? I mean, CID didn't get anything from Orchid Cove for turning it over.
But it was part of the development.
It's the deal.
Yeah, I know, but I get that, but it's not any different. It's.
I agree. I agree.
So
Right, we're agreeing.
But I don't think we have to do this immediately. I think we can put it in the budget. I think when we do that budget discussion, we put some stuff in there that absolutely gets done in the next budget.
That's right.
And it's going to affect assessments, but that's the way it goes.
But that's how it works.
I also believe we could spend the next 2 years, and it becomes an argument, is it the engineer? Is it us? Is it
I
your
agree.
predecessor? You know, the truth is, there aren't any bad people here. Everybody did the best they could, but we got problems.
And you're right, it's got to stop, and we got to do it. And now's the time, we're doing the budget, and you know what? I know we danced around it because of the cost when we talked about it last. It's gonna cost money. This whole place is costing money, too much money. That's what I keep trying to say. Every meeting, there's $1 million, there's 500,000, there's 600,000, every single meeting. And the money tree's gone, somebody cut it down.
You really need to look at the history of what went on at that time.
Yes.
And because that
Start with
was
the
a big
drainage.
issue.
Yeah.
There was it all came together because there was a sewer failure on the road coming down. And, you know, they needed to fix it, but there was no CID ownership. And so Ron looked at it, and Ron, when that was originally, before 2014, Ron said that he did not accept it that came in. Now, maybe his firm did it, but they're not all. So who's Ron? Ron was
the engineer.
Ron Benson, our engineer.
And Ron said that the drainage system wasn't acceptable. And that's why the board did not accept the drainage.
That was in
system when
14.
In 14.
And Ron went to what earlier?
Paul Montez.
Which is patiently, I ask you to hear me.
There's the conflict.
The people that the engineer that designed our community was Paul Montez. And then you're fast forwarding how many years? 20 years later, another engineer from Paul Montez says, oh, I won't accept this. I mean, this is like a shell game. The problem is here, and this kind of finger pointing is not going to solve it.
there's more history here than what's being told. And I suggest that we take no action until we're able to develop the history, that the board can have a full understanding how things occurred and when they occurred.
You're defending your company. I don't care.
No, there is a lot of history here.
I know, I get it, but let's take care of the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not living in the past. We got to get this over with.
Yeah.
I think when
Are
we
we
come
going
to
to
the
do this
budget,
before the 2 million loan?
I think what we have to do is when we have to look at the budget that's coming up, and we have to look at the capital improvements that we want to do.
Plug it in.
And we plug it in.
I agree.
Everybody brings what they think should be done or worked on. And the budget's gonna have to be based on that. If it goes up 10% because of inflation, it goes up. I mean,
We can't keep spinning our wheels, and who cares about the history?
yeah.
We're thinking about seeing if we can do the whole place. We don't know. We're looking at a GIS thing so that we can take a look at all of it, swale. Okay, these guys have a separate problem. And there's more of them. We need to address it. I don't care about the history. I don't care. I say we fix it. And if Paul Montez did the deal, and then for Ron to say it's no good, I hear that. It wasn't Ron that did the deal, but if Paul Montez, the company, did the drainage, and then Ron comes back and says it's no good, no. And I know where that was coming from. I say we fix it.
Well, first off, I hate to be put in a position to have to defend it. The system that was originally designed, requested by the developer, Stella Mars's North, was an inverted crown section. That, in effect, lowers the developer's cost to build that roadway section. It was an acceptable design. It was accepted by Cuyahoga County, permitted by Cuyahoga County, and the district and the condo association accepted maintenance responsibilities for the roadway, the drainage, and everything within that community at that time.
So it was okay then?
It was okay then.
So what made it different in 2014?
I believe in 2014, it was not accepted because there needed to be further investigation and inspection to make sure that the system was functioning correctly. There wasn't any kind of remedial repairs that may have been required and so forth. And it was something that wasn't going to be done.
Is any of this, we keep hearing, I'm sorry, and I'm not being adversarial, I have great respect for you and your firm. But I come to these meetings and we talk about these things and it's always, well, back in so-and-so, someone did this. And at one point, a comment was made about the acceptance. And I said, is that in the minutes? And you responded, yes. And I said, I'd like to see those. One more document I've never seen. You're a governmental body. To be honest, your predecessor sat in those chairs have left you with a mess, in my opinion. And I don't know what some engineer did or didn't do for all these actions. But I would say this, they should be memorialized in official documents. I mean, and again, we can debate all these things forever, but I like what you said. It brings us back to this. The problem is here. I propose again, let's work in a positive manner. Call Montez, Cal, this board, our community, let's work in a positive manner and make this a textbook example of how we work cooperatively to solve a community problem. Because we're going to spend the next bunch of years and be right here and end up in court. And we all know that's true. That's silly.
I agree. And we don't care about the court thing so much, but here's the thing. I'd like to make a motion that by the May meeting, we have cost factors for the paving, the drainage is looked at, whatever it needs, so that we can do that project. Not the other, that project. How much is it going to cost us in the next 6 months to complete whatever that needs to be done? And we're going to plug it into the budget. That's why I said we should borrow $2 million. Okay, that's why I said it. And I'm making a motion that we have cost factors by the May meeting for paving, drainage, whatever it needs to get them up to 2022.
My second.
You have to go out. Because of the cost of the job.
Well, we're not going to be able to get bids by
No,
next
not
board
that
meeting,
way.
first off.
No.
Well, let's try. You can certainly get one.
And I think the one thing that that Michelle asked, we take out the, what's the word I want? The bond. And so that we can get others to bid on it.
Oh, yeah, so that if they aren't a big enough firm, remember,
right.
the word two.
What's the word for that?
So
Some
that
sort
you
of-
can apply.
Is it a payment bond or-
Payment bond.
Payment and performance bond, and if the cost is under
They
$100,000.
do have to be e-verified.
Yeah, that's
Right.
right.
Tony, what's the cutoff on?
There's not a cutoff. It's typically required for construction projects of $500,000 or more, but less than that, you can waive it. And if this cost is only 80 to 100,000 or 150, again, that's the cost of doing business that the contractor will otherwise crank into the, factor in. So the board can waive it to the extent that, the reason why the performance and payment bond is in there on public works projects are to the extent the property is owned by a governmental body, no mechanics liens can attach to government property. So the subcontractors, the material men and suppliers have no recourse if the contractor doesn't pay them. Typically, if you hire a contractor to work on your house, they can file a mechanics lien to enforce payment, but a governmental property, you cannot. This case is a bit different because they arguably could file a lien because it's association property. But that's something to look at to weigh that requirement, save cost.
You already.
So are you do you recommend that we waive?
No, it's possible. I mean, it's something you can do, again, depending upon the total cost of the project. When you start getting higher numbers, I generally don't recommend it, but with the lower numbers, yeah.
When you say the color.
Well, it's part of the system.
It's drainage. The
drainage,
drainage.
yeah, that's what, yes.
But you already gave the specifics to how many companies did we get?
I think we have 3 or 4.
Oh, there
We
was
got
probably
bids.
more than that we solicited pricing from, but I think we only got 1 or 2 bids.
Yeah.
That's all we
But,
need.
but even if you attempted to see what they had to say, we'd have an idea. They already know.
We could take the numbers you've got and apply a 10% or 20% escalation figure to it to get you a budget number without doing this. And again, we only looked at 2 options. One is to just do the paving work, put it back the way it is. Second option was to do some changes as far as putting that concrete valley gutter in.
Okay.
We did not look at doing anything associated with their drainage structures, their pipe work, or any of their ponds.
Well, maybe we don't have one. You guys can look at your engineer.
Yeah, David, right now you're looking at it just as a maintenance project.
Maintenance
correct?
project. We don't have to do all.
We can look at just as a maintenance project. We would not touch any of their legs
Right.
because that gets in a whole other bailiwick that we have not accepted any of their responsibility for that at this point.
Yeah, that's okay.
We don't have easements or rights to go there or do any kind of work.
Well, let's think, how can we get it
We
done?
would deed the property to you. We would do whatever you tell us to do. We want to cooperate. But the idea of doing maintenance on property, we have no, I mean, that's, we're going right back and creating the same problem again. Let's,
The edges.
We don't want the property, we're too many lawsuits on it.
by the way, oh my
That was
goodness.
good.
It's a holy day. I can't.
I know.
I can't do it.
Listen, I just want to tell you one thing.
It's a dry pond. You don't have to put an arrow in it.
Right.
There you go.
And we don't need a lifeguard. And listen, there's a really big paving contractor that's a member of the gun club. Maybe he'll do it.
Maybe, that'd be great.
Okay.
You know, do we want to get hard prices or just take what numbers we got and put an escalation charge?
No, let's get
So
real
what
numbers.
numbers we
right now.
have and escalate.
And I don't think we're going to have them for your May meeting.
Why don't you just-
Why?
I'll be straightforward.
It's a lot of work.
But you have to think, but why don't you just take the numbers we had,
Yeah.
add
Right.
20% and put it.
You're at 100 grand.
Take
It was 85.
We're just looking for a budget number.
And then
Don't
we'll
put,
give us a number, and we'll put it in the budget.
yeah, don't make contractors go through a whole big effort of putting numbers together that you're not going to use.
Right.
But that's what they do for a living. It's
And then-
They do it for a
It's a
living,
lot
but
of
it's a
work,
cost
Ray.
to them.
It's a lot of
Keep
work.
in mind that, so that I'm hearing budget. You put it in the budget, that's not going to be done till October or later.
You okay with that?
Better than what you got now.
If this board makes votes and makes a commitment,
Well, we would have to have them feed us the
Yes.
property anyway, right, for us to work on.
But by the time you get
not
the
only-
rules and everything, you're gonna be in top.
transfer, whatever we need, we can start all the, your attorney advise us, tell our attorney what we need to do, that you are, you want to, you know.
You're
and we
way
can
ahead
have
of
all
the
that
game.
done.
We do it. We're coming up
Let's
with
let's
reasons.
set an example. of something.
I hear reasons why we're not gonna do it. We need to do it, we need to do it.
I agree. I think, though, that Frank, we're talking two different things. We can take care of the road and the valley, we can do that now. That won't be a problem.
Right.
We'll put that in the budget, we'll get this done. The other is, as far as taking over the storm drain, that's a little different, because that's the same way with us. They're gonna have to come in and then legal documents, easements, et cetera, to be able to take over completely your storm drain. Because trust me, I want them to take mine over too.
And my response to that would be total agreement. However, if the board makes the decision, we're going to do it and votes it, then it would take some time to accomplish all those things. That's different than your staff coming back at every meeting saying, well, we have another thing to consider. Now there's something else we have.
But the only question would be, the only question would be, when they do that and they come in, they find some major problem, and to take over, I'm just saying, Delaware South, we got a big problem that they don't know about, but when they do the evaluation, they come to us and all of a sudden we went from just taking things over to now we got a $5 million problem with storm sewer somewhere that needs to be addressed. And they're ours. That's why we do that. That's why they do that. That's why they do the evaluation.
In fairness, we can't.
I'm just throwing that number out.
Okay, my position, if we came back and they said, it's $92,000 fix, okay? Which is an estimate by your staff, non-competed, just as our estimate, here it is. Then I would say, we pay double taxation for how many years? 20, 30 years, okay? No, all we pay for everybody else, nothing there. Then I would say, let's talk about how many of those trucks have been emptied over the years, okay? And then where are we? We're right back where we are now. We either work positively and cooperatively to set an example on how to solve a community problem, or your lawyer meets our lawyer and here we go.
I've heard the double taxation comment a lot. And going back to the public's instance, now they pay for their own drainage going in. I don't hear them saying we're being double taxed. The one thing you need to think of on this is you're telling us this is the direction you want to go and we're going to go. I don't want to call it a knee-jerk reaction, but it's quick. You've asked for a lot of information from your engineer, and it seems like he's always, every time he brings something, now you're telling him, well, we want this. And the last was this large take over everybody's drainage. But let me finish. But there's one thing, and you guys are the decision makers. You're going to make it, tell us what to do, and we're going to do it. When you do this, and you make the improvements up above, what hasn't been analyzed is the impact on the system downstream from where that's going to run. And is that going to cause flooding in a parking in the street where the rest of the residents of your 220 residents reside? They're going to be screaming, why do I have water here? I've never had water. I think it's just a caution.
No, not necessarily. I have that problem with what's happening on Sunset Cave. I have no problem with that drainage, but I don't know what it's going to do to the rest of the community. And I'm not going to have hindsight and say I should have realized this was going to happen. I'm not an engineer or anything. I want to see it's not going to happen.
Thank you. In fairness, we've been here, I've been here for 7 months on this. And every time your good engineer needs one more month to study, and how many times have I been to you individually said, is it on next month? And several of you told me, yeah, I think we do it next month.
But it's like he says, we keep throwing more and more. And I think we have to complete the
What I
job.
think we're doing now is taking the road and and putting in that drainage only.
Right.
We're not taking it over just yet.
Right.
He's
We're not
doing
taking it
the
over.
research on that. We may or may not take it over,
And that's
but we
a
can
whole
do
separate
this.
thing.
We can do this.
Right.
The one
Might
thing
be
though,
creating a problem.
Yeah.
the one
Oh, well,
the one thing you said was though, that we were working on an easement if we don't take it over. Isn't that what you said?
Easements are needed to help take it over.
Not that we're going to.
Right now, we have no easements for the drainage system in the community.
But it's all gonna drain to the center of the road, the way this is designed. It's not gonna puddle back to
Working now.
if it's working now, we're improving
That's right.
the way it
It
was.
can't be worse.
So it's not gonna be worse.
Here
I don't
is
see how
the
it's
circular
possible.
problem. 10 minutes ago, I asked one of your members, does it include ponds and an Indian? It was yes. And then we talked and Sam brought up the points about, okay, Frank, get this done. Okay. Then I heard you said we need to go ahead and do this one. And I suggested we do an example. My opinion doesn't matter, but it was an example of how to solve a problem. And then my response was, and I saw no one object, make the commitment to take over the drainage stuff. And then these other things that need to be done, we understand they have to be done. But again, you're in the business. Nobody else is in the business. What's happened here is not our fault. It's not your fault. And 10 minutes later, we're back now saying, well, maybe we shouldn't take it over. This happens every time. I'm asking you, let's go.
It's not knee jerk. It isn't knee jerk. Let's get this in. Okay, it's not knee jerk. I made the motion. He seconded it. All in favor?
Well, you're calling the question?
What's it? Okay, what is this? To pave and put the gutter in
Yep.
for Stillwater.
Yeah, get that numbers up.
And drainage,
The
sir,
numbers.
I thought, wait a minute, okay, you're not planning on, I thought we were gonna put it in the budget for the next.
That's what we're gonna do.
If you're gonna put it in for the budget for next year and not expend the funds until October of next year,
At least,
it's premature to put it out for bid. Because when you get ready to put it out for bid again, nobody's gonna bid on, they're gonna say, that here we go again, here we go again.
gotcha, yeah, okay,
I think
all right.
we have, then let's just put a large amount in.
No, what
Okay.
about increasing what numbers we have already?
Right.
To
But
bring
I
it
would
more up
suggest
to
that we
date, an
just,
estimate.
yeah, just
So we
Yeah,
can
that's
budget.
for budgeting purposes, let's put an escalation
How do we
charge.
know what the estimate's gonna be? See what I mean?
We had some before.
Let's say 20%, we'll put onto the bids we received and we'll go with that and see how well we do.
Right.
But we've got 100,000 in the budget now.
Right.
So you're pulling from your fund balance
For this year.
for next
No.
year.
100,000 for what? 100,000 for what?
Storm sewer improvement.
That's it?
Yeah,
Sharman Street.
you guys haven't given me.
We haven't discussed the budget.
Okay, all right, well,
I knew you wanted to do something, so I
Yeah.
put a,
Okay.
guesstimate in there.
All right.
All right, yeah, just inflate the numbers you
We're gonna
have,
put
I'll
it
inflate
in.
the
bring it to us so we can discuss it, you know, you're getting it in the budget.
the storm will be taken at some point. You can take the storm sewer.
The
No,
storm
right
sewer
now,
is
we're not ready to
only
say
for the
that.
cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Let's do one thing at a time.
What do you
Where
mean?
else?
Well, the storm sewer, if you're going,
It's the road it's collapsing at the storm.
Yeah.
sewer.
well, there's been settlement in that area for whatever reason. That's why the storm sewer sits higher than what the road does right in that area in ponds. But there's other areas that does have ponding in Marsa North. But right now, my understanding is we're going to go ahead and take a look at the pricing we received for the project we put out for bid earlier. Put an escalation charge on it. We'll report back. That money can potentially put in your budget for next year to fund that project for next year.
Now, is that drain the same drain as what he's talking about in the middle?
Sure, I think that David needs to look at it.
The drainage is all
Not
there.
all of the drainage is in the easement area covered by this agreement.
Right.
So David, I understand you guys put some type of drainage in behind the seawall or something. And
What are you talking about?
It's not all the same. You're talking about roadway, aren't
The
you?
drainage in
Guys,
Marsa North, basically water drains from the lots and the road into a couple of detention areas. One is on the north side, one is alongside the seawall. There's a little bit there on the east end. And then it is held in that detention area to meet the water quality standards before it's discharged through two discharge structures that allow the development.
Okay, so
And
now, talking about paving the road and the drainage.
the only drainage at this point that you have any ability to perhaps do anything with is associated with that on the roadway itself.
David, I think what the board's saying, I think what the, I don't mean to kind of, actually, I've been awake, believe it or not, the whole time. I think what the board's saying, we have two possible scenarios. One is come up with an estimated engineer's opinion of probable cost to, in the next fiscal year, to do the pavement alone, whether it's asphalt all the way, asphalt, belly gutter, just the pavement. A second estimate opinion of probable cost to do the roadway and all the drainage. So the board can say, oh my God, if we take over the Stella Maris drainage, it's gonna cost a lot. Stella Maris folks, do you want us to do that? And then you put the money into it. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I hear.
This is.
Yes, and the concern is this. Okay, remind you, ask for the stuff in your RFP before you send it out. We didn't get it. Ask for it when it came in, we didn't get it. Then we were told we're going to have to pay for something. Now I'm going to have to pay. Here's my point. You're altering now the design that's there. It was approved by the county and the angels in heaven and all this stuff for all these years. And somebody is saying, well, we're going to change that now. Well, where does it go? It drains into those culverts in the street that go into the drainage thing that you're saying, Frank, for right now, that's your responsibility. So you're changing the design on our street that you have a lease to take care of. You're saying, and you're impacting, and we get stuck with the bill for those changes. That makes no sense. And our engineer.
No.
Why not?
The first alternative to just do the pavement rehabilitation would not change any of the design at all.
Right.
Okay.
The second would do an enhancement where we would take the inverted part and put a concrete valley gutter in it to allow that water to flow to the drains more efficiently. And if the difficulty in paving, it is maintaining your slopes. When you have a crown section that goes outward, that's an easy slope to maintain. But when you're trying to do double slope, where you're both grading in and towards a drain, that's a very difficult slope to maintain and get right. And that's why they've got some of the ponding that's occurring out there right now.
But board, I think we're just talking about a number to put in the budget.
Right.
Where did the drains go?
Okay.
Where did the drains go? Into our pond.
No,
That's right, your ponds.
Yeah, I think you're biting the hand that feeds you right now, one step at a time.
Yeah.
Listen to me, one step at a time. We're gonna look at the whole district for the other problem, including you. Right now, one step at a time. Let me ask you a question. Why can't we take this out of the reserves instead of waiting until next year?
We don't have prices yet.
We get the price.
Well,
We don't have
let's
to wait
see.
till next year.
Well, let's see when we meet for the budget hearing. what we want to do.
Maybe we can take the money out of the reserves and do it quicker. That's what it's there for.
We're just looking for your direction. If you want us to get hard pricing with the intent to bid and award a contract within a reasonable time, or if you're asking us to go get bids to do in October or November, which is not something I would recommend.
Let's do it your way, hypothetical first, and at the next meeting, take a look at it. And if it sounds like it's something we can afford to do and take it out of the reserves instead of making them wait again, then let's go get some hard bids and then let's do it.
And then you can also look at your budgeting and see if you want to replenish that money out of the reserves by increasing your budget.
That's right.
I say, you could just go ahead and do it.
Right.
And then put a line item in the budget for
Right.
whatever it costs us to do that and
Right.
go through.
I don't want to make them wait. I don't. And we've got money in reserve. What's the reserve for? This. So let's do your hypothetical. I agree. And if we think it's doable, let's put it out to bid. Okay. We're not at the mercy of these idiots that come out here to pay it. We're paying. We're the boss. Okay. If they don't want to do it, okay. If they do want to do it, they work for us. We don't work for them. And bidding is part of that process.
but it's a timely process.
Okay, so they come out and we give them a deal.
I mean, it's like, all right, maybe we were in error for not reacting sooner, but it doesn't mean we're gonna do it in 24 hours.
I didn't say 24
So you
hours.
still have a process to take.
I
And
didn't
you
say
can't
24
just take it out of reserves without a budget amendment.
Okay, we can do that. And we can certainly do it before next year.
What do we cooperate? What do we cooperate?
Well, you get the rainy season.
Rainy
coming,
season
so you
coming,
can't
too.
do it.
We pave in the rain. Can we get a copy of that document? Do we have a copy of this document?
That's in your record.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
It's gonna get done.
So the motion is,
Decision, make sure that you get
No,
the engineer's
no, I don't wanna
input
talk
to
about it.
ensure
We'll get
that
it
we're
done.
talking about impacting their drainage system. I mean, you're gonna do what's in the asphalt.
Go ahead.
That's gonna be in your drainage area where you have a right to do things. That's gonna have an impact on their drainage system that they're currently responsible for. And, you know, I don't know if there's gonna be complaints, there's gonna be
That's
flooding
why
or whatever, but if there's flooding, it's gonna come to,
You should sit down.
let him
I-
finish.
go ahead. I'll shut up.
No, go ahead, finish.
I think
Yes.
That's,
But
There is a motion on the floor. if I'm not mistaken.
to get,
To get a budget number for,
Yeah, just the
Increase
budget.
it by 20%.
using the other numbers we have and increase.
paving and drainage.
right. And let's see what it looks like.
Drainage is
the
in
valley,
your-
it's a valley.
Drainage is on your, where you have an easement.
Right.
And
Not on private property.
Right.
we're talking about that valley, the valley gutter.
All their drainage behind those condos is brand new from when they did the seawall. We don't have any.
Yeah, you're gonna impact it.
I know,
Because you're
I know.
increasing the amount of flow from impervious.
It's going
area.
to, no, it's not going where you think it's
so
going.
it won't, we won't have any increase in impervious areas because it's gonna stay neutral. The only thing that it may cause is that water maybe get there a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
But that would be it.
That's
No,
it.
no increase in volumes.
No big deal.
Okay, right, okay.
No
But it's
increase
gonna
in
get there
volumes.
quicker.
Yes.
Just a little quicker.
There you go.
The way it was originally designed to get there.
So, yeah, that was the motion. Anybody second it?
Yeah, that's what he's proposing is do. The valley gutter was not there originally. In the cul-de-sac
No,
area.
that's right. That's correct.
So
But
that's
those-
gonna
those lines
increase
go
the
to the-
flow
the-
faster.
The pond behind.
Right, it's gonna make sure it gets there.
Yeah.
Not behind the condo. The vote is to take the prices we have, update them so we can do a budget
Make a
thing.
decision.
All right, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye. You're on.
Okay, you're on.
I'm Lisa Sager, and I just want to say that I've been coming the last few months, I missed April 1st, but there was a meeting where Frank was here, who said he's for 11 years been having problems with his water flow. I think he lives over by you. And I know, Ray, you sat and you pounded your hands and said, we need to help. Okay, so has there been any help with that? Because from what I hear, I always hear, we need to do something, we need to do something. Just like these poor people, they've been asking, and we need to do something, but it never gets done. And I just want to tell you, as someone who comes and sits, it's very frustrating to sit and watch this animation and how much we need to get it done. And then the next meeting, it's the same old stuff. And it goes on and on and on. So all I can say is, if you're gonna do something or say you're gonna do something, please do it. So we can look at it and say, wow, these guys are really doing something. Not just giving us lip service, because that's what I hear a lot, is a lot of lip service, and then we get nothing. I'm just saying, as just someone coming in, listening at the meeting, this is what I see. And I think it needs to change a little, or something needs to be done, because I can't, every time you come and you listen to the same stuff, and then, oh, we'll table it till next month, and I mean, how long can you table some of this stuff? That's all I'm saying. That's just what I see, so, thank you. Yep.
And the one way that you can prevent that is let the engineer do his job, and every meeting, don't throw new stuff at him.
Right. Right, that's the big problem. We have too many projects going on at once, and we need to get focused and complete some of
Right.
these things.
That's exactly right.
Maybe,
Well,
we're not
maybe we
competing
find
with
it helpful if we set priorities.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes, that's what the
Yeah,
CIP
well,
was for.
But
Those all
one of
priorities.
the things,
but you
Ray,
can approve
is
anything in the CIP.
Right, and that's the problem.
I just said, bring it to the meeting for the budget.
You're exactly right, because we always doing something else. You're
Right.
right.
But Ray, an example is, we're looking at the drainage in the whole community. Now we've jumped to take care of one little spot. And that's, but wait, let me finish. So we're taking care of one area, and like she said, we're ignoring everything else. So it gets put on the back burner. Let's complete something.
But Terry, they were put on the back burner since 2014, and they were put on
But
the
since
back burner
then,
6 months.
we've had a
ago.
lot of construction done in this area, and
Okay,
it's gonna affect the drainage, and we're trying to stay ahead of it, not behind it.
but that's not gonna affect it.
I don't want to hear, let's do it now.
You gotta do it now. I don't want to hear this BS. We've been putting them off for 6 years.
The other houses aren't gonna, the new houses aren't gonna affect the drainage.
That's right.
Here's the other great for the second time today.
Second time today.
We are in the
Yeah.
process of looking at the entire association, I mean, the whole POI as far as swales, Mr. Frank's problem. Mr. Frank's problem is just the tip of
the
the
issue.
iceberg.
Yeah.
Right.
You cannot solve Mr. Frank's problem
Right overnight.
without looking at the entire problem. And like we said, as soon as the word state, local, or federal comes into an agency, count on 6 months, 9 months, a
Yeah.
year. As the Stellamere South just got finished finally getting our docks done. It took us 2.5 years to go through South Florida, Board of Engineers, and the county. Now, I'm going to say, Codicil, a year of that was Mr. COVID. But a year and a half it took us to get where we are today. So it's not going to happen overnight. That's what people they don't understand that. We're working on it, but until we have the survey and we get the design, et cetera, can't do anything with it. Again, putting a Band-Aid on a bleeding arterial, or it's not going to do it.
Wait a minute, are we getting a plan together for the
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
whole?
And all Cal is saying is
Okay.
let's prioritize here
And I think
and let
that
the
ought to be-
engineer complete
I think
the
that needs to be
projects.
your first priority.
Yeah,
But see, things do come up though,
that's right.
like the tank for $500,000.
Right.
That's a good example.
I mean,
Right.
so,
That's why it'd be nice to have $3 million in the bank,
Right.
that when that 500,000
Yeah.
for the tank comes up, we
We
go,
can do it.
do it.
But I think my own personal opinion is our top thing right now, as far as the engineering, is let's look at the swales, get in Southwest Florida, flats, I always want to make it Southwest Florida, South Florida Water District. And get with them so we get the entire place looked at, and then we'll solve Mr. Frank's problem when we solve everybody's problem. But we're not going to solve Mr. Frank's problem by itself. That's an insolvable problem.
Right now, it's
and
the
then-
Band-Aid is
we
all
can
we
do
can
that.
do.
This problem we can solve.
Any Band-Aids or any decisions that you
Right.
make are going to impact more than that particular project.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand.
And they all have costs.
Yeah,
Right.
all right. It's
So
okay.
I
And we
think,
know that, and I've said this since day one when we first started, this is not going to be cheap to look at and redo these swales and get everything done. This is going to be expensive, unfortunately, but let's do it.
Yeah.
Because that,
It's the
to me,
right
that's
thing
our,
to do.
that's our priority, should be right now.
And you had mentioned maybe even building another pond somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? And,
There's a lot of
just being creative.
Yeah, that applies more to these existing areas, such as the Ks and so forth. The biggest cost of any kind of infrastructure is the ongoing costs, the operation and maintenance of it. A swale's life is only 20 years. So in 20 years, you're going to be redigging these swales. even ponds, every so often, you gotta get in there and dredge them out because of sediments and so forth. So, keep that in mind, it's not gonna be just a one-shot deal. It is gonna be a year in and year out type cost that you're gonna be incurring.
And there are long-term projects like all of that, and there are quicker fixes like this that we can address. It all takes money. We have to accept it's going to take money. This one needs to be a priority. This is the hamburger we're going to put on the front of the grill. The other one is a much bigger, broader project. We have to study it a lot more. Different story. It's two separate things.
But you should be asking this man, what's the impact of the decision you just made? You might have a bigger problem after you fix. I don't know if you will or you won't.
Do you think we will?
We're not asking, we're just reacting.
Do you think we will?
Well, I know for sure you're gonna be looking at higher assessments.
Forget that.
No, on the
The drainage.
Doing this before.
On Southern Maris North, I think it's,
You need to look at
that is
it.
probably one of the easier ones, but yeah, there are some other ramifications. Doing the pavement over, if we just go with pavement only, piece of cake, okay, no big deal. We put the valley gutter in, okay, we're gonna increase the water getting there faster, but we really won't affect the volume, okay.
So that's it.
If we take over the entire drainage system,
No, separate.
right, but later on, if we take over the entire drainage system, there may need to be repairs that need to be made
absolutely.
immediately. There may be long-term repairs.
Yeah.
If you take over the drainage system, at that point, you become responsible for some enforcement when people put pipes out from their roof drains into the
Right.
canals. Now they are in violation of the permit
Right.
and they can't do that.
But for right now, that's muddling the matter. For right now, the road and the drain, gonna be fine. Everybody's gonna be happy. We're gonna have a campfire. Everything will be fixed. That's all we're talking about. If you know what the word
Yeah,
is.
but that's the first stage that you're asking for. But then I hear also that you want a more comprehensive plan.
Forget we said that. That's like 2 years
Okay.
away.
But it may take 2 years to get there.
Right. Exactly.
So if you want it done in 2 years, today's the day we start.
Right.
Yes.
Stop.
You're talking about
Stop.
the entire area.
Yeah,
The
but
entire
stop
area, the
in the
plan
motion.
doing the entire area, including taking in these private developments, taking care of the ones that you do have current responsibilities for. So it's not something that's going to turn on a dime.
No.
It's going to be a multi-year process that needs to start today.
Yeah.
And
2:30 already.
you, from what everyone said here, the drainage system, the overall community one's a high priority. And you're still gonna take care of the things that you just said, but David's priority is the storm.
I agree with that.
Okay?
Well, no, aren't we obligated by the state to show all that, Tony?
We're just prioritizing.
Well, we have to maintain the system, that's our system. And from the standpoint of whatever capital repairs are needed or maintenance are needed, yeah, we need to look at that and maybe phase them in. But that's a comprehensive report as opposed to just banding about generalized ideas. I think what you need, we talked about, is an engineer's opinion of probable costs for this project. And then I think you need a more detailed report as the system as a whole is a separate project. So you have something in front of you to
Totally
talk
separate.
about.
Yep.
That's a separate animal, and that could be a multi-year, multi-phase program.
Right. Totally
And
separate.
and
It's a
again,
big elephant we got to take into
no,
account.
I think you need to do it as opposed to, and I've heard the one president saying Mike over and over again, I think you need to have something concrete in front of you. That way you can make a decision.
So that GIS report.
And also when you go to buy any borrowing, for, the lenders want to see those kind of plans also. If you want to do the SRF loans in the future, they need to see those. Also remember, we have that 5-year study that needs to be provided to this county by June 30th of this year. A number of aspects and features of the district system. So, I mean, but I think, I would suggest you focus on the one right now. You know, the roadway.
Yeah.
And what's the cost of that going to be? If you want to get a plug budget number in for the rest of it, but more comprehensive, you get that also. But again, you have to maintain the system.
On the front burner, in my mind, on the front burner, quicker fixes, not the big thing, quicker fixes are this, the George Mess situation, and Mr. Frank's situation. In my opinion, those are the squeaky wheels. And if that's short term. Then long term is the big project. So two separate things. What do I think should be done first? The quicker ones, those three. And one of them, we don't really have to do anything with. The other two, I think Mr. Frank has legitimately, we need to get, all we can do to fix that, and we need to fix this, okay? We need to do it. We have the money to do it. We need to do it. And my frustration is no more than anyone else's. They are getting lip service, okay? Just like 4 months to power wash light poles, 3 months to get a sign done, 4 months to get ADT on the phone, 6 months to get South Florida water management. We need to act. We need to do it now. That's all I'm saying. I can get it done, and I know you can. I know you can, but we have to address these things, get them done. And it's 2:30, I want to go.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I second it. All in favor?
Thanks for ours, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah. Our little-
Mr. Tree.
Pardon?
Gary.
I don't want to wear those.
The whole meat was left of it.
Carrie, do you want these back? Or do we get?
No, I want to get rid of them. That's why I did this.
They're stale.
I had a question. I was waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No.
I-
Was it an
I'm
easy
Jean
question?
McGinn. Well, I just wanted to know, you had spoken before early in the meeting about a lawsuit, and I just wanted to know, why is the CID being sued?
I don't know. The one lawsuit just came in today, so we haven't read it.
Oh,
Oh, you don't know what it's about? Okay, all right.
Okay. Without getting
Thank
into,
you.
without getting into any detail, this is Tony Pierce, District Council. One lawsuit is a lawsuit that's been pending for a year by Trek Mac and Alligator Boys with regards to the ERCs as to boat dock slips. That's one lawsuit. The other lawsuit is a new lawsuit filed with regards to the public records law. And those are the nature of the lawsuits. And my advice to the board is not to have any further discussion until after we have a closed door session. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay, this is a district copy?
Yes.
All right, awesome. So you're the VP, huh?
Yeah, one of many.
Was Ron VP too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am probably gonna list some help with some of the drainage issues, the big overall stuff, only because I'm getting overwhelmed. Just fighting all the fires.
Yep.
It's, if I could get somebody just to concentrate on this versus me fighting fires and trying to concentrate. That's what's happening. I'm getting pulled on these fires.
Yeah. So you're saying somebody from your firm to help?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab somebody else to help me with that.
Before she went in.
Terry, what do you think? Is that okay?
What I'm gonna do with the, so we can get some of the big overall drainage stuff going.
Yeah.
Is I'm gonna get one of the other fellows in the office